and welcome to the Ward Stormont for this 50-over match between the reigning champions Northern Knights and the Northwest Warriors as the 2024 Interprovincial Cup begins. These sides having met in an interprovincial trophy match yesterday. The Warriors victorious by 5 wickets to perhaps claim a psychological edge. And I can tell you news from the middle is that Andy McBride, the Warriors captain, has won the toss. He's decided to bowl first. And I just got to take you through a little bit of, the umpires in the middle today for today's match, Azam Ali Beg and Gareth Morrison. A few changes, though, for the Northern Knights. They've got 3 changes to the side that started yesterday. Jake Egan has a quad strain, so he's replaced by James Hunter in the lineup, while Ross Adair and Neil Rock are now on international duty. So the Knights hand debuts to wicketkeeper Sam Topping and local lad Harry Dyer. An opportunity, both receiving their caps just before the start of this 50-over encounter. The Warriors, though, are unchanged. Their starting 11 remains the same as the team that did duty in yesterday's victory. It's a very fine victory that the Warriors claimed in the 20-over format, but a 50-over format for us to focus on today. An opportunity for us to introduce the man alongside Carrickfergus's finest. Ali McCalmont is with me today as we welcome you to the Ward in Stormont. This contest in Belfast, blessed with glorious weather yet again, hoping for some glorious 50-over action, Ali.
Yeah, Dwayne, morning everyone, and morning to you as well. It's another beautiful day here in Belfast. As we mentioned, yesterday's game between these two sides, thrilling contest that we really went down to the wire. 1 ball left in the innings and the Warriors got over the line. Talking to Andy McBride pre-game, delighted with that obviously, but the confidence that it gives his side. And different format today, IP50 of course, and you know, if we go back to last week, that 5-over game that we had last week, this seems like a real haul today, 50 overs, but getting into this format again for the season. The IP50 Cup starts today. On the screen there you can see your umpires, Beg and Gareth Morrison. And we're going to have Ryan Macbeth, similar to yesterday. He's going to open up from the Dundonald end, but 2 different openers today for the Knights, a very inexperienced side, you would have to say. Coach Simon Johnston has always been keen to give youth a chance. With the internationals away, a couple of injuries, he's certainly done that today with these 2 openers, Dwayne.
Yes, indeed. Ben Callett's getting the opportunity. The 18-year-old from Muckamore, South African-born Canada under-19 player, but now based in Ireland. He gets an opportunity, as does the man on debut, Sam Topping, who turned 19 on Monday. Based in Sussex, he's got the opportunity. He's at the non-strikers end, so he will not face first ball. Ben Callett will get the opportunity to face the first ball. As you say, Ryan Macbeth will begin proceedings. 26-year-old older brother of Scott Macbeth, the teenager himself. But you're right, a very young Northern Knights lineup. If you take Ruan Pretorius out of the lineup, everybody in their 20s or teenagers. Certainly a very young average age, only Ruan Pretorius beyond the age of 30, the 33-year-old from Woodvale. But here we go then, first ball of the Interprovincial Cup match between Northern Knights and Northwest Warriors. Macbeth to Callets. Strikes him on the pad, but coming over the wicket to the left-hander.
Huge appeal. First up, Warriors very, very keen on that. The only thing we'll probably see in the replay, possibility that it pitched outside leg stump possibly, and umpire Gareth Morrison straight into the action. First ball, no warm-ups for Gareth Morrison there.
No.
Here we go, we're going to see it. Yeah, we got to come back to the live action. Callets is off the mark.
Lovely little glance off the pads. He gets 2, down to fine leg.
Yeah, nice shot that from Callets. Similar ball to that first delivery. Slightly down leg side that time, and Callets able to get himself up and running. He'll be happy with that to get going here.
Yes, similar delivery to the first one. Just straying onto the pads, Ryan Macbeth. That one straightening, coming back but maybe missing leg. Again, a very fine delivery from Ryan Macbeth. He looks to be moving it ever so slightly back into the batter.
Yeah, that's his stock delivery to the right hander. He looks to swing it away and bring the slips into play. Yeah, I'm pretty sure on that occasion you can see doing too much going down leg, but certainly targeting the stumps here and trying to swing that ball back into the left-hander. Overcompensates on that occasion. Pushed that well outside off this time. And you have to accept that these two in the middle, Callets and Sam Topping, are going to be nervous. It's going to be early here. It's going to do a little bit, as Andy McBride and James McCullum said at the toss. It was a good toss to win, you would think, because the ball, if it's going to do anything, is probably going to do it early.
Getting into the pads, this time off the target of the stumps, but they scramble through for a single. So Topping will be on strike now. Get an opportunity to face his first ball as he makes his debut, the 19-year-old. Still part of the Sussex setup is Topping as he takes his guard.
That's the ball he's looking for. That's exactly the ball he's looking for. Just starting on off stump, tailing back in. This time, Topping uses the bat and keeps it out. And good over from Ram Macbeth. Possibly the swing, taking it down leg side, but a couple of big appeals in that first over. And a little bit of action with the ball, which will be good to see for the Warriors. So 3 without loss from the first. Cricket weather here, Dwayne. Beautiful here today. Sunny and blue skies up above our head here. Just a nice morning, temperature-wise, to play cricket.
It is glorious as Trent McKeegan will have the opening over from the City end. He'll be bowling to Callets. Just grand start to the Interprovincial Cup. Northern Knights, the defending champions, against the Northwest Warriors. Two sides that in a sense are inextricably linked. If you think back to the Knights lifting the inaugural Interprovincial Cup in 2013 because the Warriors beat Leinster Lightning on the final day of the season, as the Knights secured that title by a single point. So opening bat, Ben Callets, Muckamore takes strike. Facing Trent McKeegan.
Yeah, McKeegan, a little bit of a reputation, possibly a little bit unwarranted, but of a wicket taker, certainly a wicket taker, but can give up those 4 balls. He does sort of give away a few runs, but he is in the team as a wicket taker. Top of the charts for the Warriors in the T20 last year in terms of wickets. He'll be looking to use this new ball early.
He's got an exceptional strike rate, although he hasn't played an enormous number of matches in List A cricket. He's got a very impressive strike rate.
Yeah, that's what I'm sort of suggesting in his Northwest team as well. I think New Buildings and as a wicket taker for them. Very similar for the Warriors. Breaks up partnerships, but as they can leak runs.
So Topping on strike. Oh, that's a tester for the keeper, and that'll be 4 wides.
Yeah, just holding on to that one a little bit. McKeegan just dragging it down the leg side. And yeah, there is still a little bit of shape there, but not from that. It's not going to do any damage to the batter, and in fact, 5 free runs for the Knights. A little bit of shape though. Got to get it right, McKeegan. Right on cue there. That's a much better line. Got 2 slips in. Getkate, McBride on your screen there. Lots of experience behind the wicket here for the Warriors. Dohoney, keeper, McBrien, Getkate. Good cricket brains there.
Yes, you've certainly got the experience and maturity in the Warriors squad, and they've got the advantage on that front against this very young Northern Knights side. Again down leg and again wide. A couple of deliveries that have not been on point for McKeegan in this opening over of his.
Yeah, just looking back to yesterday, the opening bowlers, all well for the Warriors, bowled to their field. Had a plan in place and didn't really let the Knights get away.
And this time the opposite direction, overcorrects by some way, does McKeegan. So another wide ball.
Yeah, not great for the confidence early here. McKeegan, is skipper's thrown him the ball here. Of course, they have opted to bowl first, so want to use these conditions as best they can.
Nicely placed, should get two. Fairly comfortably run, Callets and Topping. As Topping gets his first runs.
Yeah, run straight down
the
track there. Yeah, couldn't see it from our angle here, but we saw it on the replay there. Straight down the track there. So Topping.
Disciplined line from McKeegan. Topping leaves it alone though. That's something you don't get much of an opportunity to do in T20 cricket.
Absolutely, yeah. That's why we've moved into this completely different format. I do feel now it is almost a different game in a way. You know, completely different. We're seeing the scores rocketing in T20 cricket at the moment. Slightly different here. A long time to bat. That's nicely played from Topping. Get back for two. He's lost a wee bit of equipment there.
Looks like he's lost a boot.
He's lost his shoe. It didn't look like a glove. What was going on there? I'd seen his two gloves and thought, well, what's he lost? He's lost his shoe. Need to sort that out.
So McKeegan concedes 12 from his first over, 15 with that loss after two are Northern Knights. Only 7 runs off the bat, though. A good start then for Northern Knights, who are missing a host of players. Their internationals are on duty. Ireland captain Paul Stirling, got the Adair brothers, Mark and Ross, and wicketkeeper batter Neil Rock as well. Northern Knights also missing Jake Egan with a quad injury. Up against the Warriors side themselves, missing Graham Hume and Craig Young and Conor Alford, who's injured. Macbeth starts his second, a big appeal again. Similar line to the line he was bowling in the opening over as he strikes Callets on the pad.
Yeah, I think we go back to the first over. Saw this ball quite a few times. Got the ball swinging away to the right-hander, but of course we got a left-hander on strike here. So it is pitching on leg stump. Doing too much.
Interesting backing up by Topping though. He was halfway down the pitch by the time that ball struck the pads. And he's bowled him. A peach of a delivery, and Callets is gone. 15 for 1 as Ryan Macbeth strikes early for the Northwest Warriors.
Yeah, it had been coming. Kind of, he'd been targeting the stumps, but just the swing was just taking it down leg that occasion. Starts it on off stump. Again, just coming back in towards Callets. A little bit late on the shot, possibly. Beats the defence. Callets goes for 3. Breakthrough for the Warriors, 15 for 1. Yeah, Macbeth had looked threatening there. You have to say in his first sort of 8 deliveries he had looked threatening. You know, a couple of big appeals, okay, going down leg, but he'd looked threatening.
Really didn't allow the batters to settle, and I think that was one of the positives. As James McCollum makes his way to the crease now, it'll be interesting to see how he bats, because although he made a 61 unbeaten in the T20 match yesterday between these two sides, James McCollum, the captain, 28-year-old, certainly somebody who favours the longer formats of the game, and it gives him the opportunity to get a few sighters in the 50-over game before playing his strokes. Struggled early on with his timing in his innings yesterday, despite being not out at the end of it. A fine half-century. He'll be looking for further runs today.
Yeah, straight away, the Warriors on the attack here. They've seen the swing on offer. In swing to the left-hander there.
Yeah, and the first right-hander on strike as Macbeth charges in.
Poor shot from James McCollum, you have to say. Looked a nervy waft outside the off stump there. Could quite easily have nicked that through to the keeper or slips. There's 3 of them in there now.
Good delivery, well left alone by McCollum.
Yeah, you can clearly see it going there from Macbeth. That's his standard stuff. Right swing. Certainly with the right hander in now. Those 3 slips. Really looking to be in the action here.
Little straighter, just prodded out towards Jared Wilson. Only one fielder on the boundary. That behind square on the offside.
Nice shot from McCollum. Waited on that. Slightly overpitched. Still swinging. James McCollum's good enough to get on top of that. Right off the middle of the bat. And gets off the mark with a boundary.
Yeah, played that stroke nicely. Timed it well. Almost anticipated, it seemed, that the ball was going to be pitching in that sort of area and moving away. Timed it beautifully. All the way to the boundary and ruins what would have been a wicket maiden for Ryan Macbeth. McCollum off the mark and that boundary. First boundary off the bat of the game. Trent McKeegan will continue from the city end. Bowling to Topping. A wide ball.
Yeah, just looking out there. I really always love to see the colour in the game, the green and the red and blue of the Knights. Just like to see that colour out there. It really just looks like a really nice day to play cricket there. Really picturesque. We always like to see the whites, of course, but I just like to see the colour out there.
Yeah. This time within the wide line, so legal delivery. But yes, you're right. Somewhat surprising there's no red ball cricket before the test that incidentally is going to be hosted here at the end of July, and I imagine a great deal of excitement at the prospect that the Ward and Stormont will host the test match against Zimbabwe.
Absolutely. Still swing on offer there. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It got a lot of press coverage when it was announced up here in in the north, and people really looking forward to it. It's just that iconic test status, and being another test venue will, I think, be the 123rd, I think. But just to get that status of a test venue, you can't take it away from you then. And we're back here in July against Zimbabwe for that test match. A bit of a buzz starting about it up here, just to have that, as I say, test status here at the Ward Stormont. And it does look, on days like this, it does look lovely.
It certainly does. If you enjoy getting your fix of red ball cricket, that is certainly something to mark down on the calendar. Keegan continues, topping disciplined here. He might very well have been drawn into one or two strokes, but he's keeping his discipline, not being drawn into going across his stumps and trying to play a wider shot.
Yeah, back live, and probably could have shown that replay again, because that was exactly the same as the ball before.
That's it.
Swinging across, still doing a little bit, topping, more than happy to let it go at the moment. As we say, IP50 now, just don't have that pressure from ball one.
Ooh, that'll be four
more, yeah.
So it looked like a relatively disciplined over. It's going to be 4 wides added to the tally. And again, Dohney, great deal asked of him. Just unable to get there.
Yeah, just not comfortable in his run-up at the moment, and release of the ball. Trent McKeegan at the moment just doesn't seem comfortable in his run-up, as I say. And when you're thinking about where you're putting your feet, immediately everything else kind of comes from that. You're thinking about other things rather than actually putting the ball in the right areas.
And that's going to be another wide. Keegan overcorrecting again. He's conceded 19 now, and he's not yet finished his second over.
Giving Stephen Dohney a good workout early anyway.
Yeah.
4 overs gone, and Dohney's been left and right.
It's good to keep the batter guessing, not necessarily to keep your keeper guessing. And the 4th over comes to an end. 26 for 1 are the Northern Knights.
Yeah, a bit of a sort of mixed bag here from the Warriors at this Dundonald end. Macbeth has been fairly consistent and challenging right throughout his 2 overs. Trent McKeegan, though, at the other end, the City end, has struggled a little with his run-up and release points. And back to Macbeth. He's going to bowl to James McCullum. And there you can see fairly prodigious swing that's been taken almost in front of first slip by Dohney. So it's really going here for Ryan Macbeth. Can he control it though?
It really is the measure of good bowlers as compared to great bowlers. How much they can control that movement.
That's good cricket. Well bowled from the bowler, just tightened his line a little bit, but McCullum has seen it from the hand. And a good leave through to Dohney. But not easy early on here by the look of it. Certainly at the City end here, sorry, the Dundonald end here from Macbeth.
Not much carry on that delivery.
We did remark yesterday on the pitch. The weather here in Belfast hasn't been great for a couple of weeks. Ground staff haven't been able to put as much work into the square as they would have liked. Last week's been reasonable, so they've got on there, and the pitch does look, the ground looks lovely. Just that pace in the pitch though. That's pitched up, scored it off the outside of the, a little bit of confusion there between the two. Certainly wouldn't have played together at all, these two. Certainly too much from similar areas of the country. You can see the swing there. Yeah, both from Mid-Ulster, the Lurgan area. McCullum and Topping, but different age groups, of course. They wouldn't have played together. So a little bit of confusion in the running there, but safe enough. Brings Topping on strike.
Topping was watching that the entire way, really expecting it to come back in, but it pretty much held its line. It's been good disciplined bowling by Ryan Macbeth in his opening few overs.
Yeah, perfect conditions for him. A little bit of swing on offer. Exactly what he's used to. Again, low bounce, no carry through to Donny, but just the one off that Macbeth over. 27 for 1 after 5 overs.
So it looks like as the two batters confer in the middle, we're going to see a change in bowling. Topping and McCullum. A little chat between the two. McCullum will be on strike for this over. Jared Wilson has ball in hand. Cliftonville Academy player.
Yep, Trent McKeegan just struggled a little with those 2 overs. 19 coming from his. A couple mostly extras, 3 wides. So, Andy McBride hasn't waited.
Getkate warming up.
Yeah.
Expect him to come into the bowling attack after his splendid 2 for 22 in the interprovincial trophy match between the sides yesterday. So first ball then for Jared Wilson, somebody who's got a really decent economy rate at list A level. Scott Macbeth sharply onto that, denies McCullum a single.
Yeah, I chatted to Andy McBride at the toss about Shane, as we mentioned yesterday. His first ball, quite some time after that. Quite serious back injury. It was great to see him back. And I just asked him, was he quite sore this morning? He said, yeah, he's a little bit stiff. Oh, that was close. Right on target from Wilson. Just an inside edge from McCullum there.
Yeah, beautifully bowled. Very slightest hint of movement back into the batter. Colin coming straight down on top of that one. Again, disciplined bowling from Wilson. Looks to have found his line in length early.
Yeah, the other thing that Andy McBride commented on, that actually the whole team was a little bit fatigued because the outfield was quite soft still. Not sort of had that weather to dry it up.
Oh, wide ball. It's a big swing from McCullum. Fails to make contact, and that ball called wide by umpire Azam Ali Beg.
So yeah, the players were just a little bit stiff this morning, that the outfield was quite soft still. So it'll be interesting to see a long day. Obviously 50 overs today. Whether that fatigue comes in towards the back end of the innings.
Oh, back on the money.
Let's check the umpire here. Make sure it's just a leg by. Is indeed.
Just a little too straight in the delivery. Just heading down leg. Clips the pad and away. So that brings Sam Topping back on strike. This one will be wide down leg.
Just didn't adjust there. Left-hander. And a good ball to McCullum. McCullum's not on strike now. That's the left hand, right hand conundrum. Gotta change your lines.
Just looked like it was pitching outside leg.
Yeah, and the other thing at that end for the umpire, he's seen wide after wide coming down from that end, and then suddenly gets one on the stump. Just human nature would dictate, well, nothing's been hitting the stump so far for the first 3 overs. How suddenly, when we've got an appeal, so yeah, I think you're right. That one's pitching outside leg. We've seen it again. Just not controlling the ball here. Certainly from that end. And the same again. Wides. Easily the top scorer at the moment.
Yes. We've seen 3 wide balls go for 4. That's the third of them. Usually if there's any movement from Wilson, it's back into the batter. This one moving away to the left-hander makes it all the worse. One delivery to come in the 6th over. So Wilson 0 for 7 from his opening over. 35 for 1 of the Knights through 6 overs.
Yeah, and you can see on screen Topping's on 4, McCullum's on 5, and the extras currently sitting at 23. 23 extras from 6 overs. That's, you know, you wouldn't be going 50 overs, probably you'd be looking to, that would be quite high, so.
Ryan Macbeth, meanwhile, continues from the Dundonald end, bowling to McCullum. Yeah, it's remarkable that the Warriors squad that was so very disciplined in their bowling yesterday in the T20 game, in the IP20 match, have conceded as many extras as they have today. $35 for 1 and 23 of those extras.
Yeah, just obviously ifs and buts and maybes, but you take those 23 away, it'd be a really good start. Because at this end, Macbeth has been threatening, as we say. He's got that swing, possibly not the carry that he would like. A little bit of extra pace in the wicket to just carry through any potential nicks from behind the wicket. Oh, he's got that one coming back. That's beautifully bowled. Just bowling outswinger, and just that one held its line. Almost got through.
And effectively what those extras have done is spike the run rate. It's nearly 5.5 and over at the moment for the Knights, who would be around 2 and over if it weren't for those extras.
That's a beautiful shot.
Yeah, putting together a fine over, but that's McCollum looking to ruin it here as he strokes this ball. It'll go all the way to the boundary. And only the second boundary of this game. McCollum has both of them.
Yeah, that's James McCollum in a nutshell. Really nice shot. Accounting for the swing. Really like a, talking about red ball, looked like a red ball shot that. A nice cover drive through the offside. Gets him his second boundary. And happy to leave that through to the keeper. Yeah, definite lack of pace, I think, in the pitch here.
Yeah, but you've spoken about the ground staff and the wonderful work that they've done, all things considered, given the many variables in the build-up to this double header yesterday and today. Good cricket. Solid ball, well played. That ends Ryan Macbeth's fourth over. 1 for 11 for him. 39 for one of the Knights through 7. McCollum playing a very measured innings in the early stages here. Happy to have a strike rate of 50. Let's put 2 into the rope.
Wilson, get it right on this occasion. Get the radar going. Yes, he can. That's exactly the ball that he's looking for. Just going across the left-hander, letting the angle firstly do its job, but then any little movement as well. If he was to stick on that line, it's going to be difficult for topping because the ball is still doing a little bit, so we wouldn't be sure whether it was coming into the stumps or going away towards the slips.
Yes, Wilson needs to just be a little more disciplined this over, and indeed going forward. That first over, a handful of wides, and the 4 wides that really cost him. No runs off the bat from Wilson delivery. Again, good fuller length.
Chance of a run out.
Quick single, but Sam Topping has managed to sneak home at the bowler's end. He goes to 5. As Jared Wilson concedes his first run off the bats. Brings McCollum on strike.
Trent McKeegan down there. And off with the shy at the stumps, and as always, a direct hit may have caused problems. That's nicely bowled from Wilson. Certainly much more on target in this set so far. You can even see on that replay McCollum waiting for the ball.
Yes. He's got that little trigger movement back and across. He's very strong through the offside.
Much better over from Jared Wilson on that occasion, just a single off it, and none of those dreaded extras on this occasion. So a good over, and the Knights move on to 40 for the loss of 1 wicket from 8.
Going along at a nice steady 5 and over.
It's a different format. As we said, 20 overs. It's been the festival last week, and then yesterday. But not just for the players, but us in here as well. Different sort of things to think about. It's not sort of the harem scarum of a T20 game. 50 over cricket.
Macbeth continues. And left alone by Topping.
It'll be interesting just mentioning that. Obviously, Sam Topping coming from Sussex, where he's playing for the second 11, in England, much more sort of long format cricket. You know, he'd be used to possibly playing the longer game with the second 11. 3-4 day games, which obviously we get very few of here. That's up east, but he's got enough on it. He backward of point. Did get enough wood on it to take it over point. Only the one man down there, a third man, and Topping gets the boundary.
The third boundary of the innings. It was wide. Certainly the shot was there to be taken. Topping takes full advantage. Be intriguing to see how he builds in confidence through his innings. This is his debut for the Northern Knights.
Yeah, it's interesting, really interesting sort of innings for him here, just to see how he performs, and as you say, how he grows in confidence. He has been around the group for the last while, so he's not just being thrown in today. Well bowled, and he keeps it out. So he's been around the group to sort of get to know his teammates a little bit already. He hasn't been playing, but as I say, down at the festival and then yesterday, being around the international players and the senior players in the group, coaching staff. So at least he's got to know the players a little bit before going in today. But saying that, it is his debut for the team. You're always going to be nervous. Want to do well on your first game. That's a nice shot. That's a really nice shot. It's gone for 4. Just a push into the offside. But he's timed it really well. Didn't try to overhit.
Speaking of confidence, this will certainly grow the confidence of Topping as he goes into double figures now. Moves to 13 with this shot. And you're right, not a big heavy bat down on that. Just push that through the covers and races all the way to the rope. Bisecting the fielders.
Come back from Macbeth. Closes out that over. 2 boundaries for Sam Topping. He moves on to 13, and the score is 48 for 1.
So confirming Khalid's out, bowled by Macbeth for 3 off his 9. Topping and McCollum are settling into the innings, both going at around strike rate of 50 in Northern Knights. But if you look down to extras, you'll see 21 wides. 2 leg byes, 23 extras in this total of 48 for 1. No ball called.
Yep.
So Jared Wilson adds another to that extras tally. Now 24 extras. Azam Ali Beg signalling free hit. Oh, that's brilliantly fielded. McCollum struck that with some force.
Yeah.
50 up, 50 for 1. Northern Knights.
See that here, great piece of fielding. As we mentioned, the free hit for McCullum. Back into T20 mode. Gets a good piece of it. Can't help him there. Great piece of work. Saved 3.
Topping off the underside of the bat, and that'll sneak through. Getkate doesn't get a hand on that as he would have liked, and that just allows Topping to take the single. Brings McCullum back on strike. Again, the change in the field with the right-left combination. McCullum striding well down the wicket and towards the offside, then leaves the ball alone. Glorious.
Yeah, that's nice. Again, didn't overhit. Full toss. And all about finding the gap. Colum does so on this occasion. He gets another boundary.
Third boundary of the innings for McCullum. Score 60 against Leinster in 2020 for McCullum. Ooh. Hint of movement away. Well, this is the kind of match in which McCullum could be testing his highest score. He's got the opportunity to settle himself. Play a good long innings.
Works that into leg just for a single. Yeah, James McCullum. Obviously in that test team that played over at Lords. Reason he got injured in that game, obviously,
yeah.
and that was the thing, because he'd looked in that second innings, he'd looked really in some of the best form that he'd been in for a while in that second innings, and then obviously got that ankle injury, kept him out for the rest of the year pretty much, and just always seems to get into those, looks good, get into those 20s and 30s, looks really good. But just looking at that high score of 60, he's a better player than 60 as his high score. So as you mentioned, a real good chance for him today. Once we get the sort of swing away here, a real good chance to bat here. He'll be looking to kick on for his side. Skipper today, of course.
56 for 1 through 10 overs. Zimmerman into the attack. Oh, when he begins with a loosener. It's a wide ball. Make that 57 for 1 through 10. Second power play. Good early call of no from McCullum. Zimmerman was the Warriors bowler that was targeted by the Knights batters in the IP20 match yesterday. Well, it's good to go straight down the ground, but a little too straight from McCullum this time. He sees the ball clatter into the stumps and ricochet away to Ryan Macbeth. So no run for a ball that could have gone all the way to the boundary.
Yeah, using the extra fielder there. just came off the stumps there. A little bit unlucky for McCollum. Yeah, good running. Good running there. So it was in the gap, 2 men out on the leg side on the boundary. A nice placement there. And as soon as he hit that, McCollum was up for 2. And in and out quickly. Comfortable 2 for James McCollum. And that's really good signs for him. Looks like he's settling down into his innings now.
Driven straight to Ralston.
Well bowled this occasion. A little bit of shape. Back now, right of the power play. But again, good running from McCollum. Always like to see that, as I say. Just shows he's in the mood here. Maybe that extra little responsibility of being captain. That could have been just a comfortable single. You can see him taking off there. Wants the 2. Gets back. 2 runs off it.
Yeah, really good running. On the gap, and then the man on the boundary needed to come around. So, going to see a change in bowling here, and the captain of the Warriors is bringing himself on. So Zimmerman 0 for 5 from his first over, 61 for 1 after 11 are the Northern Knights. Simon Johnson's team up against Wood Rankin's Northwest Warriors. Andy McBride. We spoke about McCollum playing in that match against England at Lords, the test match. But McBride with that career best 86 in the second innings. 86 not out. As he and Mark Adair, who's usually the Northern Knights captain, put on that record partnership. Glorious it was to watch. 163 run partnership. Here's McBride. First delivery just cut away by Topping.
Yeah, heady days. Dwayne, I was at Lords that day watching these 2 bat after a fairly chastening experience when we were in the field. But then to watch 2 Irishmen put up a performance like that at Lords in a big crowd. You know, everybody's expecting just another rollover job by England, but that was a really great day. The sun was out and just a great day of cricket. Certainly McBride and Adair showed a little bit of pride for the badge on that day. It was really a great day.
Yeah, magnificent to watch. So Andy McBride, 37 wickets in IP50 cricket at 30.59. And somebody who's experienced the highs and lows of international cricket, Andy McBride. Man who can take fifers, but a man who's also faced some challenges. From taking fifers to be taken to the boundary. This, though, snuck past keeper Dohney. 3 chasing, and that'll go all the way off the pad to the boundary. So no addition to Topping's score, but another 4 off the pad.
Yeah, unlike McBride there, likes to start his overs just bowling stump to stump. And those extras brought up the 50 partnership, 52 so far. That's the line that McBride usually bowls. You can see the partnership. And see that topping 11 not out at the moment, and McCollum 20 out of that, so you can deduce therefore quite a lot of extras.
Yeah, 21 extras in that partnership.
And that one ball down the leg side, just spoiled that over a little bit. McBride will be looking forward to bowl here today. Longer format, he can get into his spell a lot more. Renowned for just bowling straight, stump to stump, letting the batters make the mistakes. So a 4-over spell in a T20 match, difficult to do that when they're coming at you, but certainly in this 10 overs he can really get into his spell and rhythm.
That is just grabbing a quick drink of water. Important to rehydrate. Zimmerman will continue. Right, 67 for 1 through a dozen overs.
Width on offer. And again, I only really thought there was one there. But McCollum again takes off early. Calls Sam Topping through. They get back for 2. You can see there it wasn't that wide of the third man.
Squeeze between two fielders. Beth does nicely to reach it, reel it in before it got to the boundary rope. McCollum taking an additional 2. He's going along nicely now.
I was testing his fitness here. That's 5 2s I think in the last 2 overs from Zimmerman.
Zimmerman getting a hand to it, just taking the pace off the ball. Not quite as cleanly struck as McCollum would have liked, but straight back down to the bowler. Good full ball on a good line. McCollum just jams the bat down, keeps it out. Oh, big edge. That's racing. Some good work on the boundary rope. Keegan.
Yep. Nicely bowled that time from Zimmerman. Better line. But again, Colin gets back for 2. He's good work down there. Sweep around and make sure it doesn't cross the boundary. Another 2 though. Big open spaces here. The ward, plenty of 2s available. We've seen 6 of them so far. So that over completed. 6 off that one. 73 for 1.
Three for 1, confirming. Bowler number 35 will continue, and that's Andy McBride, the Warriors captain, his second over. Squeezed away by Topping. He'll earn the single.
Yeah, we don't concentrate quite as much on the scoreboard as we go along, as we do in T20 possibly, but look at that, 74 for 1 after 13 overs, 5.5 plus. I would think the Knights quite happy with that start. A long way to go. Speaking of T20, that's the type of thing we've been used to. So we're running across the outfield, picked up though, and 2 runs for James McCullum, but he brought out the, let's call it a scoop possibly.
They thought about 3. Topping with a big hand up. Stroke a little more regulation. Straight to Scott Macbeth. And again tries the shot. This has got a little more pace on it. And will reach the boundary. So McCollum goes to 32. 80 comes up on the scoreboard for the Knights.
Yeah, interesting sort of mindset from McCollum here. And possibly it is just that hangover from playing T20 cricket for the past week or so. That just continues to play that shot, but he's played it well so far.
An intriguing battle between the respective captains as well. Brian and McCollum, the captains on the day. So a leg slip has come into place. Shane Getkate.
Yeah, just that change in field. The 45 to try and prevent that shot, possibly. Yeah. Bit of gamesmanship there from Andy McBride. Just holds on to the ball there. Just to have a look. See what McCollum's thoughts were there. He will bowl the last ball of the over now. That's a nice one. Quick single. Really quick single. Oh, and I don't like the look of that. McCollum's gone over. He's up. Hobbling though. Doesn't have a great injury record, so I'm really worried about that. That's his knee, I think. And he's hurt there. He gets a pat in the back.
Getkate quickly onto this, and that ball through McBride strikes McCollum.
Yeah, kind of hoping that it is the impact injury rather than anything where he has put his foot down. Yeah, we're always just quite worried. We see this.
We spoke about that ligament damage that he suffered in the Lord's Test. So 81 for 1 after 14.
There's the card. Currently Zimmerman bowling, but it's been Ryan Macbeth who's been the successful bowler so far. Took the wicket of Callets and bowled well up front. A lot of swing on offer in the first 7 or 8 overs. Trent McKeegan though did struggle to control that swing. Most of those 19 extras. Wilson something similar. Andy McBride just bowled the 2, as has Zimmerman. The extras total of 29 is the thing that certainly Coach Boyd Rankin will be highlighting already. I would say that's being discussed and will be brought up during the mid-innings interval.
Yeah, that's over a third of the runs to your opponents. So McCollum still got that pad off. The ball struck him on the leg.
Yeah, like I say, I do hope it was an impact injury.
Taking the drinks break, it seems.
Just going to take a little break here while the players are taking a drinks break. We'll be back with you very shortly.
Drinks done. 81 for 1. The Knights through 14 overs, and it looks like McCollum is fine after that ball. Struck him on the leg. Got the pad back on, and he's facing up to Harry Zimmerman. 22-year-old from Ardmore comes charging in to begin his third over. Topping sent back. Getting a long way down the pitch.
Yeah, good to see. James McCollum is okay after that little incident. We've just been mentioning that mishap he had at Lords. Just had flashbacks of that again, but glad to see that it just appears to be a impact injury.
Two good deliveries to start his third over, Zimmerman. Stopping the boundaries in recent overs, the Warriors bowling unit. But the run rate remains high with the extras climbing. Ooh, is that caught behind? And it's given. McCollum goes. 33 he makes. Good disciplined bowling by Harry Zimmerman. He's been bowling a similar line this over.
Yeah, the drinks break. Kirsch does it again. Did you say, Dwayne, bowling that line? And James McCollum, you may see it on replay here, just cuts away. He punches the back of his bat. He knows himself. He looked to be in. 33 from 47. Just increasing that strike rate. And whether or not that break just broke the concentration, as it were. But he'd look good again, but doesn't kick on. I think that frustration that he just didn't kick on again really showed there when he just punched the back of his bat when he was dismissed there. But good bowling from Zimmerman. Doherty takes the catch. 81 for 2.
New batter, Kate Carmichael, who really has wonderful technique, the 21-year-old from Instonians. Kate Carmichael. He's a batter who you could say has plenty of potential. It's now about realising his potential. Gets his chance here. And after we praised Zimmerman for his disciplined bowling that led up to the McCollum wicket, he sends a wide ball down to the new batter.
Yeah, I think it's just a conversation now about McCollum there. I think it'll just increase again. Played so well there for his 33. Played some nice shots. Innovative against the spin. Really did this look. He was confident in what he was doing out there. Then just that off drive again. Little feather through to the keeper. Unfortunately, it only takes one little mistake for a batter. All that good work ends with his dismissal.
No ball. As Carmichael drives it into the covers. So no ball. Just overstepping.
Yeah, Boyd Rankin's notebook. I'll be getting plenty of work here this morning. You'll be noting these down. They are freebies. This is a literal freebie for Morgan Topping.
There's a signal. Yep. So Sam Topping will face this Zimmerman delivery. Comes round the wicket. And that'll go for 4.
Yeah. Just able to free those arms literally. And doesn't get it in the middle. But enough wood. Squirts it behind square. Nobody down there. 4 runs for Sam Topping. Really just got to cut those out. Just 3 runs really. There's been plenty of them for the Knights so far. Carmichael just on his heels there a little bit. Was a good call. Welcome to the crease, kid. Just see, he was a little bit on his heels when that call was made. Was a good call though, as I say, and the easy single.
And taking that single, 7 off the over, but it did produce the all-important wicket of James McCollum. Carmichael with that 62 against Munster last year. He's a man with a couple of 50s under his belt. And it's Topping on strike as McBride continues. Quick single.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Kid Carmichael, averaging over 40 in IP50 cricket, but he's been in the team now for the whole of last season, a little bit previously, and it does just indicate the sort of lack of experience in the Knights lineup today, that we're now looking at Kid Carmichael as one of the sort of set players in this Knights squad today particularly, and people will be looking to him now at 4 to really make an impact here today. It just shows the status that he's now got in this Knights lineup.
Well, 7 of the 11 are under 23 for the Knights. Gives you an indication of the relative inexperience. Andy McBride captaining a Northwest Warriors side that is far more experienced, despite the fact that they've got the likes of Cian Hilton, Scott Macbeth and Gavin Ralston in the lineup. McBride continues.
It's gone backward there. Should be 2. That's a nice shot from Sam Topping. Just let that come to him and played the shot under his eyes. Was able to place it in the gap for 2.
What that's done is taken the run rate up to 6 and over now. And that'd be very pleasing for the Knights. Oh, fires it in. A little extra pace. Andy McBrien, that was a really good idea from the bowler. Topping, getting a little something on it, just sneaks the ball past the outfielder. Work being done by Hilton, gets the ball back in, but that's an additional single to Topping, who goes to 25. And an easy single taken to long on. 95 for 2 are the Knights through 16 overs.
Yeah, you mentioned about the lack of experience in the Knights lineup. Not just that, you just look out there, you see McBrien, Doheny, Getkate. Lots of international experience there as well, playing at the real high level. Whereas the Knights, their internationals of sort of Humphreys, Foster has played, but not very often. Still a lack of experience at that high level. McBrien, he'll bring that to the Warriors here, and it'll be important today. Then again, you see on screen there, 139 caps for Ireland. Real great servant, Andy McBrien. Oh, that's well bowled.
Beautiful by Zimmerman, and that's
gone.
Out. Oh, Zimmerman is hitting a little bit of a purple patch here. His last 2 overs have produced 2 wickets now. Good disciplined bowling, and Carmichael goes.
Yeah, that looked good. Just nipped back.
Yeah.
And a great appeal and celebration from Harry Zimmerman.
Kate Carmichael goes for 3. 95 for 3 the Knights are now. The run rate is good, but the loss of 3 wickets might be a little concerning for Simon Johnston, the coach.
Yeah, most certainly. We just mentioned about Carmichael and how possibly the Knights were today looking for him, particularly to step up and make a big score. A good piece of bowling there from Zimmerman. Just nipped it back to a man early in his innings. Gets him trapped in front.
The man who makes his way out to the wicket, though, is Rowan Pretorius from Woodvale. He is the oldest of the players in the Knights lineup, 33-year-old, but a man who's got a very heavy bat. He enjoys getting wood on leather. Fine bowler as well as Rowan Pretorius, but somebody who thoroughly enjoys his time out in the middle with bat in hand, and usually scores fairly quickly. And he's been asked to come in relatively early, just the start of the 17th over. Worked away off his pads. Take a comfortable one. Off the mark immediately is Pretorius.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about taking a look there. Pretorius, just straight down the track and
just play your natural game.
Yeah, absolutely. I can just hear the church bells in the background tolling here. Is it for the Knights here? 3 wickets down. In comes Zimmerman again. That's well bowled again. Targeting the stumps now. Harry Zimmerman, 2 for 20. Into his 4th. It's the 2 there that's been crucial. 2 big wickets. McCollum and Carmichael here.
Strikes Topping on the pad, but maybe going down leg and a little bit high as well. Bowling it into the pads of Topping. a little high.
He is creating chances though. Things are happening for him at the moment. Stephen Downey immediately now changes from cap to helmet from that first ball from Pretorius as he walked down the wicket. That'll keep him in the crease.
Well, that's well taken by Downey.
Didn't miss by much, that off stump. Pretorius, 2 balls faced. As you mentioned, it doesn't look to be taking too much of a backward step here. Keen to get bat on ball.
Fine stroke, but well fielded.
Another successful over for Harry Zimmerman. You see that stroke again from Pretorius. Well fielded, prevented a boundary. So as we say, another breakthrough for the Warriors. 98 for 3. And McBride's going to continue.
It's confirmation of McBride's 139 Ireland caps. Part of the T20 World Cup squad to be played in the United States and Caribbean upcoming. There's also the Pakistan T20 series and the Tri-Series in the Netherlands before the World Cup in US and Caribbean. Ireland play that warm-up match against Sri Lanka at the end of this month, and then in June start their T20 World Cup. McBride, thoroughly accomplished individual. And as much as he's regarded as a bowler, he's also a particularly versatile batter as well, who can pretty much bat anywhere in the lineup. We haven't even spoken about his leadership abilities, captaining this Warriors side to their first victory in the IP50 just yesterday. This will be a quick single.
He basically said he's an all-round cricketer then, which he certainly is. He absolutely is. He's been a...
He is, and he comes from great cricketing stock. I mean, his father, Junior, was so incredibly highly regarded. He and his brother James played for Ireland.
Yep, from Donnamana, of course, up in the northwest. Terrific hotbed of cricket there in Donnamana.
It's the subtle changes in pace that really make Andy McBride such an incredible bowler for me. He's got the variations. You'll notice every so often he darts one into the batter's pads. Pace and flight.
And this is exactly what I was kind of talking about, that he's now appears to be just getting into that rhythm in his 4th over here. This will be the end of his spell in a T20. And you can see there he's just starting to go through his repertoire here. Just keeps Sam Topping on a bit of a leash there. 4 dots to finish that over, just the 1 from it. So, real good over there from McBride, fairly typical of him.
99 for 3 through 18. And that's require 1 to bring up the century on the scoreboard. It's a provincial cup match here between Northern Knights and Northwest Warriors. We're at the Ward in Stormont, Belfast, as Harry Zimmerman continues. 2 wickets already for Zimmerman. And this a little down leg, and it's been called wide. So the 100 comes up for the Knights, with courtesy of another extra.
Downey's done well there. It was well down the leg side, and as we mentioned in the last over, he's come up to the stumps to prevent Pretorius coming out of his crease, but that increases the risk of extras. He He's done well to prevent that going for 4.
Better from Zimmerman. It's not the first occasion that he and Macbeth have just had a quick chat at the top of his mark. Off the pads, easy one. Jared Wilson fires it in at Doheny.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Sam Topping continues here. He's seen those more established players in this team to part at the other end. He's still there on 25. He'll get 4 there. He'll get 4 there.
Be interesting to see how he continues. Yes, having seen the batters depart, and then a big edge that goes all the way to the boundary. Topping moves to 29.
You can see it. Healthy edge there. Nobody down in that area.
And not the worst shot when you consider there's nobody behind square on the offside.
Yeah, just thinking about it in terms of his mental sort of preparation here. He's straight into the team, and now he knows he's been in there for almost 20 overs now. It's just trying to see that how he moves through the gears here. Just a real good opportunity for him here, having batted the 20 overs. Can he go on now and make a reasonably healthy score here for himself, but also for his team, obviously, but just to put himself into provincial cricket's about as well, taking your opportunity.
Yeah, and he's playing the anchor role nicely. He's not going at an explosive strike rate, but he is staying there, adding runs as needed. 29 or 47. Pretorius is sure to try to make runs at a slightly quicker rate. Zimmerman stays round the wicket to Topping. Macbeth Fields, no addition to the score. 105 for 3 after 19 overs are the Northern Knights.
So there is the card for the Knights. A couple of double figure scores. Callets went early. Well bowled from Macbeth. And then James McCullum really was getting into his innings. Started to look really good there. And Zimmerman just got him caught behind. And then followed up with the wicket of Cade Carmichael as well. Those are the 3 wickets to fall so far. Sam Topping still there on 29. We're on Pretorius on 4.
And McBride straight into his over. Beginning his 5th over. Another ball that darts into Pretorius. Just cramping the batter.
Nice comfortable single down to long on. You can see on screen there, number 58 on his back. Getkate going through. Quite a vigorous warm up there. He may be introduced soon. That's nicely bowled. Andy McBride just held that one back a little.
Ooh. Topping. A big play and a miss from the 19-year-old. McBride won't be too disappointed to see that miss the stumps, given the shot that was played. Fine delivery from McBride.
Yeah,
Gets it a little straighter, and
I just felt it was coming, Dwayne. I was just about to say that McBride is really just working young topping over here, and just didn't get the words out in time because the stumps were knocked over. But a beautiful piece of bowling. This time a little bit tighter. You can see Sam Topping moving away to the leg side there, but you have to say, great piece of bowling from the campaigner there, Andy McBride. Just got into his rhythm in the last couple of overs. You could see that he just got that loop going, and also the pace that he was bowling at was really good, and just real good piece of bowling from a experienced man there.
So the man on debut, Sam Topping, bowled by McBride for 29 of 51. 4 boundaries in that innings of 29. The Northern Knights 106 for 4 with 1 ball short of the 20th over. James Hunter makes his way out now to the crease. 21-year-old from Lisburn. Made his way into the lineup for Jake Egan, who's picked up that quad injury.
Yeah, late call up for James Hunter to play at Estonians, but moved a couple of seasons ago across to Lisburn. But just real good to watch McBride going through his repertoire there. Saying just in this last couple of overs there, he's just really bowled stump to stump, varied his pace. Looked dangerous in there. You can see he's just first ball to Hunter. Floats one outside that off stump, looking for a little bit of turn in. Good stuff from McBride there. Gets the wicket. 1 for 18 from 5 from him. 4 down now for the Knights.
Yeah, quality bowling from Andy McBride. All-important wicket of Topping, who looked to be playing that anchor role and was settling into his innings, out for 29. Might be a little concern for the Knights, being 4 down inside 20 overs. Pretorius can strike the ball very cleanly, and a talented 21-year-old James Hunter back in the lineup. Shane Getkate, after all his limbering up, is going to get the opportunity to bowl. Last bowled in 50 over cricket back in 2021, back from a back injury, long-term back injury. I saw him bowl in the IP50 fixture yesterday, and he took a very, very good 2 for 22. Here he is.
Yeah, again, chatting to the Warrior skipper Andy McBride at the toss, and he just mentioned how real bonus, just a real bonus to get Kit back with the ball in his hand, especially with the likes of Hume and Young away. So just to give that little bit of experience to the attack, and just to have his cricket and brain working for the Warriors, just give them a real bonus to have him back in bowling action again. As you say, 2 for 22 on his return. Really good to see him back with the ball in his hand.
Best bowling figures of 5 for 43 against Leinster back in 2017. Hard to believe that's some 7 years ago now.
Yeah, multifaceted cricketer, really. Just one of those guys that can come in and win you a game with bat and ball.
Yes, I mean, we've praised his 2 for 22 in the T20 fixture yesterday, but is far quicker than a run of ball 12, unbeaten with a bat. A partnership with Cameron Melly that saw the Warriors to their first IP20 victory of the season. Not to be discounted either.
think it was well, certainly the 6 that he hit down the ground here from this end with the bigger boundary to the leg side. When he took on the straight shot down the ground, just kept the momentum going from Millie. But I think the biggest thing yesterday was the fact that he was out in the middle and was able to just let Millie do his thing and give him the confidence to say, you can do this, because he really does like talking to the batters. Again, just using that just into the crease. And Pretorius could have been run out there.
Yeah, Pretorius struck him on the pad as that ball just cut back in a little from Getkate. It ends a maiden over for Shane Getkate. 106 for 4, the Knights remain. And that could have been 5. There's an LBW shout and then the run-out opportunity.
Yeah, Pretorius kind of lost his bearings a little bit there. Was well down the wicket. That may have saved him. It's difficult for the umpire to give that. Even though it may have hit in line, there's a long way to go before the stumps. So, a little bit more doubt in there, but certainly lost his bearings a little bit. And Stephen Doherty had a quick shy. Been interesting if it had hit the stumps. McBride to continue. Hunter.
Oh, beautiful catch. That is brilliantly taken by Gavin Ralston. Hunter departs for a duck off just 3 deliveries. It was firmly struck. It was low and getting forward quickly. Gavin Ralston as McBride has his 2nd wicket. And the Knights are now 5 down for 106.
Terrific piece of cricket there. You can see from that shot, that ball was hit really flat. Didn't come off the edge. I think he's got a good piece of willow on that. Went flat to the man. It's square. Gavin Ralston has got down really low, taking the catch. You can hear from the celebration. Excellent piece of cricket from the Warriors. Andy McBride has 2. Hunter departs. He may feel himself a little bit unlucky. Sometimes when you get on those sweep shots, they do loop up a little bit, but he got plenty of that. On either side, it would have been probably a boundary, but
it would have been 4, either side of Ralston.
But it's not, and he's gone.
Here's an interesting young batter. Harry Dyer on debut, the teenager, 18 years old, playing on his home turf, Civil Service North player. Received his cap just before the start of this fixture. Faces up to the legendary McBride.
Yeah, we've mentioned the experience levels here. We've got complete contrast here in the middle. Pretorius, one end. Harry Dyer on debut. Another one on debut. And the bowler with 139 caps for his country. He's going through his skills at the moment. He likes the mind games as well. There's that quicker one. Well played from Dyer. Just drops mid on, back to long on. Right there, you can have a single there if you want it. Not tempted though.
That's an excellent over from Andy McBride. 2 for 18. Wicket maiden. 106 for 5 after 22 overs on the Northern Knights. But it's the 4-5 that is most concerning. They had a run rate of 6 and over only a handful of overs ago. It's now down to 4.82 as the Warriors have bowled with far more discipline in recent overs and picked up regular wickets. It's been a good comeback from the Northwest Warriors bowlers.
Yeah, ever since that drinks break, after McCollum's slight injury, took a drinks break. And ever since then, it's been all green really. The Warriors have picked up wickets on a regular basis. Pressure bang on the Knights now. Pretorius pulls away. There's somebody behind the arm, not sure why he pulled away, possibly just wasn't ready. Always an interesting one, that. The batter can pull away in the very last stride.
Sometimes it causes a little tension between batter and bowler. Pretorius on strike. Getkate to bowl. Again comes striding down the crease. This time plays a forward defensive. Just with a slightly open bat face. Ball out to Scott Macbeth.
Yeah, and that run rate, as you mentioned, has certainly come down. The runs have dried up with those wickets falling. Say that. Pretorius knocks into the leg side, will just be one. Zimmerman does well. Quick across the ground. Good throw, good return. Just little things like that all add up.
Yeah, that was excellent from Zimmerman. Very quickly swooping onto the ball and getting the ball in quickly, because the batters had run hard the first run. That's the first run in a couple of overs now. Getkate and McBride back-to-back maidens.
Yeah, just those little things in the field and with the bowling now, and early on when the Knights weren't really hitting boundaries, but the run rate was continuing to go well because of those extras. They've really tightened up on those now. Fielding's been good. You add those two things together, the pressure building on the batting team. As I say, just little throws from the boundary right over the top of the stumps, good pickups, and then throw in that extra little piece of magic like that catch from Rolston. Yeah. Just really, keeps the team on top. And you have to say the bowling has been excellent over the past 3 or 4 overs. Experienced duo. McBride bowling at one end. Now Getkate is just bowling stump to stump here. A little bit of movement. On that occasion just back into Dyer. Back live. It's tucked into the leg side nicely. That'll get Harry Dyer his first run in Knights colours. Plenty of potential there. Dyer's come through from youth cricket. Was the son of Stephen Dyer. Played here at Civil Service North many years. He's come through right the way through under 11s at Knights, right the way through, and represented Ireland at the under 19 World Cup recently, very well too. Only spell of bowling that he had.
Yeah, there's a great deal of pride in the fact that both debutants today, Harry Dyer and Sam Topping, have come through the NCU pathways. It's like a little warning for running on the track. So 108 for 5 after 23 overs are the Northern Knights. Pretorius and Harry Dyer, the two batters at the crease. And McBride, who's taken 2 wickets. Removing both James Hunter in the last over and Topping before that. Will continue.
Conversation still going on between the umpire and Pretorius.
Dyer on strike.
Cricket's a great game. You can just feel the pressure right there. Sometimes you can just feel it.
Well, yeah, for the Knights, there's certainly a little pressure on with 5 down, and they've got effectively 27 overs remaining in this innings. They lose a wicket, though. Yes, Tom Mays and Tyrone Kun can bat a bit. But you don't see an enormous cascade of runs coming down the order for the Knights. So it's significant for Pretorius and Dyer to find some runs. Brian again fires that one in quicker.
You can just see that the fielders in the ring on the offside. We can see them in front of us here. Offside on leg side. Just they're taking that extra little step in. They're on their toes. Really trying to squeeze here. It's floated up by McBride. As we say, he's going through the full range of skills here. Pace, change of flight. And just that squeeze is on here for sure. That's another maiden. Great stuff from McBride. That's his 7th completed. And the score not really going anywhere at the minute. 108 for 5.
So run rate now at 4.5 and over. Down from 6 and over. Getkate and McBride have put together a sustained period of pressure on the Northern Knights batters. So Getkate will continue. Balls to Pretorius. A little too straight. They could get 2. Should get 2. And indeed they do.
Yep, good running. That's important. Just in this period. Just to pick up 2s if you can. Every run is vital in this period. Oh, it's a loose one. Can't, yeah. Checks his studs. I think that's a little bit of a... Yeah, my studs were hurting, but didn't think that was a problem. I think he just lost that one a little bit.
And turned around immediately, did Getkate.
That's the old one when you're playing football and you shank one into the crowd and you look down at the pitch. Oh, the bobble then.
So Nelson on the scoreboard, 111 for 5 in the 25th over. It's IP50 fixture between the Northern Knights and Northwest Warriors. That'll be leg by.
Yeah, you mentioned, do we have any came out by Pretorius? Likes to get on with it. Really likes to feel bat on ball. You can see there he's 8 from 21. But really important for the Knights now that he hangs around. Only halfway through this innings. He's got to stick around, I think. Really, we saw how explosive he can be at the end of an innings yesterday. albeit T20 knock, but I think it was 5 down already. Got to use his experience to hang around here for the Knights and maybe just rein in that natural instinct.
Yeah, he can certainly do more than bat a bit. It's a lovely stroke down the ground and should go for 4, and does. Round Pretorius got a lot on that. He goes to double figures now. He goes to 12 with a 4 down the ground.
Yeah, I don't mind that at all. That's just a push down the ground, no real risk involved, and yet gets him real good reward. As I say, no risk in that. He's not playing a shot out of his sort of comfort zone there. Just nice and straight bat. Gets him 4.
It's hard to think that just yesterday he had 38 of 17. That's 12 of 22, so far more measured innings for Pretorius, who does like to chase the bowlers, does like to get bat on ball. We're going to see a change in bowling as well. So McBride is off, and Scott Macbeth will have the opportunity to bowl his first over of this IP50 encounter. 117 for 5, half the overs gone. Scott Macbeth starts nicely. One of the Warriors teenagers. A 19-year-old from Brigade.
Yep, these two will know each other well.
Yep.
They were in the World Cup squad together.
Big appeal from Macbeth. Maybe a little hopeful.
Then on going back to long on again.
Bowled him.
He's got him.
Well, this is a massive wicket for the Warriors. They've got the Knights 6 down for 117 runs, and McBride makes the change, puts faith in the young Macbeth, and Scott Macbeth delivers with this glorious delivery, turning in, beats Dyer, hits the top of middle stump, and just how much batting resistance do the Knights have now? They are 6 down. Dyer goes for 2.
Nice piece of bowling there from Scott Macbeth in his opening over. The off-spinner's dismissal. Just drawing the batter outside that off stump and then spinning it back between the gate. Actually spun it back enough to hit all middle stump rather. And lovely piece of bowling. Ball before. Just drifting down leg. Off the pad, but that time just got it outside off and let the pitch do its stuff as it spun back through the gate, as I say. And he picks up Dyer's wicket, and really these last half hour it's been all the Warriors. They've picked up wickets really regularly with no runs coming. Perfect recipe for them since the drinks break.
Yeah, it's been chalk and cheese, the way they were conceding extras before the drinks break and the way they've been taking wickets, and incredibly disciplined lines that they've been bowling since. New batter, Tyrone Kun from CIYMS. He's got to list a half century to his credit, the left-handed batter. And Kun will face up to Scott Macbeth. He's one ball away from a wicket maiden. And a wicket maiden to start for Scott Macbeth. A wicket as he dismissed Harry Dyer. Bowled off his 5th ball.
Yeah, and that's a difficult looking card there for the Knights. See those two at the top, Topping and McCollum, put together a decent partnership. But regular wickets, there are the partnerships. 66 between Topping and McCollum. They were looking reasonably comfortable, but since the wicket of McCollum, nothing to really note. And the Warriors have really grasped this game. They're really squeezing now. 6 down. Only 117 on the board, and over the past few we've been mentioning the word maiden quite a lot, and really squeezed it up, these Warriors bowlers. Getkate again.
That's well played. Just opening the face of the bat, guiding that ball down towards the 3rd man.
We've mentioned a few times about how we're moving from T20 cricket into this format. Still 24 overs left in this innings. And the likes of Dan Cohen here coming in with 24 overs to go. A little bit out of his normal comfort zone, in that certainly with the T20 he's coming in with maybe 24 balls to face. He's got 24 overs here and really needs to really stick at this here with Pretorius for his team. That's wayward. These two really do need to bat up some overs here and try and get that strike rate moving again.
Pretorius just sends it out to square leg.
And that may be the way to go for these two now. To try and just rotate strike for a little bit. Take a few risks at 6 down. They can't obviously risk anything too much for quite some time now. So just maybe rotate strike for a little while. Well, that's a lovely shot. That is a lovely shot. Beats Macbeth. Mid off. Slightly over pitched. Does better than rotate strike. Gets a boundary.
Yeah, wide ball. Trusted his hands though, did Kuhn. Just a little step forward, but threw his hands at that wide one. Made contact beautifully. This time leaves alone outside off. Looking to punch that off the back foot. The end of his 4th over, Shane Getkate. With that boundary, an important boundary in the context for the Knights, who need to find some runs. 125 for 6 through 27 overs on the Northern Knights. As the Interprovincial Cup, the IP50 competition begins here and now. Northern Knights taking on the Northwest Warriors. Very disciplined opening over from Scott Macbeth. Wicket maiden as he bowled Harry Dyer. This is 2nd over. Pretorius faces. Nicely bowled by Macbeth. A little movement off the pitch. He saw significant movement off the pitch to bowl Dyer. It'll cast a little doubt in the batter's mind. Pretorius was on the other end, would have seen that ball.
Yep, a good start here from Scott Macbeth, replacing Andy McBride. A little bit of purchase in the track. He's got a hand on that as well. Again, that's important. Just keeps Pretorius on strike. Yet another dot ball. Yeah, he just drifted that one down towards that leg stump. Comfortable for Pretorius to work that into the leg side.
But it's been 9 consecutive dot balls for Scott Macbeth, so a really good start to his spell.
Change the side screen here for the left-hander. Macbeth's going to come around the wicket. Yeah, we had this conversation yesterday in the T20 that Andy McBride decided to bat first for lots of reasons, but one of them was that we really weren't sure what a good score yesterday was on the pitch that hadn't been played on. Probably at the start of play today, something similar. But a lot of that sort of pre-match stuff will have almost gone out of the window now. Sitting at 125 for 6, the situation's changed, so you've got to recalibrate now and work out again what would be a competitive score here. Oh, that's nice. Man coming around Zimmerman. And he's done well there.
Yeah, it's not the first time that he's done some really good work in the boundary this game, Zimmerman.
Yep.
Prevents the boundary. Kun adds 2 to the tally. 128 for 6 are the Northern Knights.
Here comes Zimmerman. There he is. Gets his hand to it. Does a good job down there. As you say, saves 2 for his team. So yeah, just going back to that in terms of what the Knights will be looking at. Obviously the 6 wickets, not ideal at all. That's why we're sort of saying about rotating strike for a while, hanging in there just at this moment. And see where they can go maybe in the last period of the game. Getkate continues. Scott Macbeth having just finished his over. I don't think he was particularly ready there at point.
Well, I don't think
he put his cap on.
I don't think Kun was particularly ready at the non-strikers end. Pretorius looked like he wanted a quick single there. Kun sending him back. Getkate continues. Pretorius running really hard the first single. Kun very happy to settle for just the one. Getkate opting to go round the wicket again to the left-hander.
Yeah, I wonder whether Andy McBride may be sort of thinking about the wicket column here. In terms of if he can get certainly 1, maybe 2 wickets in the next 4 to 5 overs, he could really squeeze this game out then. We could be looking at bowling the Knights out well before they're into their 50. So interesting to see what he does with his bowling attack now. These two have been going well. Getkate, Macbeth, and then himself just previous to that. Bowled well, tight. If they can just make that extra little breakthrough right now. So whether or not he maybe goes back to possibly Rand Macbeth for a couple of overs. Probably stick with Macbeth at the moment at the City end, but possibly Macbeth may come on this Dundonald end. Nicely bowled again. Getkate. This time They're going to push for the 2.
Wrong end.
Did go to the wrong end, and Tyrone Cohen hesitated at the end of that first run.
Yes, Pretorius definitely wanted 2. I'm not so sure. Someone quickly in. Pretorius is diving while Cohen is halfway down the track on the other end. Strikes on the pad, but going down leg, surely.
Just a misfield there as well. A busy over here. Couple of run-out chances there. We see here again, we'll have a look at the LBW to start with. A little bit straighter, but I do think it was going down leg, but you can see Pretorius hasn't moved. A little bit of a misfield there, and you can see, yeah, a little bit of frustration there from Getkate and the keeper. A chance of a run out there. Not taken. And the Knights survive that over. It's going to be Macbeth to continue. No surprise there. Bowled well.
So 133 for 6 after 29 overs of the Northern Knights. Run rate just being maintained now at a little over 4.5 and over. And what they need is runs on the board. It doesn't necessarily need to come quickly. They've still got 21 overs remaining. They just need to stay at the crease. A couple of batters for the Knights. Warriors, though, looking to break this partnership that is developing.
Just worked in to the leg side. Boundary rider comes in. Comfortable single. Nice bowling from Macbeth. A little bit shorter on that occasion. Only I think out there. Just one.
Turned away by Pretorius. He'll take a single, and that'll be the end of the 30th over. 136 for 6 are the Northern Knights.
Yeah, just one's not over. Nicely bowled from Scott Macbeth. That one just tucked into the leg side, into the gap for that one. Just 3 singles there. And mentioned a few times now, good stuff from the Warriors here. And actually it is going to be Ryan Macbeth.
Yeah, the two brothers, Ryan and Scott Macbeth, bowling from opposing ends. Ryan Macbeth back into the attack, the opening bowler. The elder of the brothers is Ryan. He started by taking the opening wicket. Ben Callett's the opener. Out for just 3. Bowled by Ryan Macbeth.
Yeah, and possibly Brian is looking for that comeback from Macbeth here. He's got 5 left out of this period of 20. Obviously, Ball 30 overs old now. Not going to swing like it did for Macbeth in the opening stages.
It'll make life a little easier for Doheny, who's standing up.
Over the width. That's that man Cameron Melly out there. So he had a good dinner last night after his exploits yesterday afternoon, getting his side home. Man of the match performance.
Magical Melly from his manual of masterpieces. Delivered some telling strokes as the Warriors snuck it with a ball to spare in that IP50 fixture. What a thriller it was. This could yet turn out to be something similar. Ryan Macbeth continues.
Yeah, it came from nowhere yesterday, really. They were really struggling. Just shows you how a game of cricket, no matter where you're looking at, can just flip on its head. It was excellent yesterday, Cameron Melly.
Yeah, when you're going at under 3 and over in the power play, and you manage to finish the game as they did, chalk and cheese, absolutely.
Just be one into the offside. Doheny puts the helmet back on. There's Pretorius on strike. Bowled. Pretorius just keeps that out. Yeah, just that quiet period now, possibly. The Knights are just going through that consolidation period. Cannot afford to lose wickets at this stage. They just want to set something up for their bowlers.
Well, that's exactly it. They need a partnership, do Northern Knights. And the two South African born players, Pretorius and Kunt, coming together, shaping up for something. They've given themselves a decent platform here, but they need to put a major partnership on the board if the Northern Knights are to post something that their bowlers can defend. Scott Macbeth will continue from the opposite end. Pretorius rather placid in this innings, moved on to 21. Kun on 9 will face Macbeth. As Kun goes to double figures, 10 now off his 15.
Flight there from Scott Macbeth. Just tucked down to long on, who's now staying down there. They did have a mid on regular. He was just dropping down for the last couple of balls. Long on now stationed permanently. That's over the cover region, and that man at long on has to come around. Zimmerman does the fielding. To the cone.
Kun playing some interesting shots here. Looks like he's starting to play more of his natural game. Feels he's settled just a little. More of a follow through with each of the shots he's played this over. Still a much better over for the Knights. 5 from it. 3 singles and a 2. 143 for 6 after 32 overs are the Northern Knights. As drinks come out for the batter quickly, as he looks like Tyron Kun is changing his gloves as well.
There's the Knights card again, as we say. Just trying to consolidate now. Pretorius, Cohen, 22 and 13 respectively. That loss of McCollum on 33. And then a constant batch of wickets there. Carmichael, Hunter and Dyer all going cheaply. Sets them at 143. There's your Manhattan. And the run rate at the start of the innings, more than acceptable. Lots of extras, as we mentioned. But there, that period just between 20 and 25, you can see that was just after drinks when we lost McCollum, Carmichael, Hunter. No runs coming at all. The Knights dropped from a run rate of over 6 down to 4.5. It's still there. There's Macbeth again. Nice shot. Coney does look confident down the ground at the moment. Really consolidation period here for the Knights.
It has to be. But for the Warriors, by contrast, I mean, only 105 runs of that 143 have come off the bat in this innings. Ryan Macbeth now opts to go round the wicket to Kun. 38 extras. The Warriors have just pulled back after some ill discipline in the opening overs. These are the strokes that you can expect to come. Just holds up a little in the grass, but it will go to the rope, and Kun adds 4 to the tally. He goes to 17. 147 for 6 now are the Knights. Very wide from Macbeth. It was there to be hit, and Kun obliging. Slightly off the toe of the bat, but enough meat on it to get to the rope. Much less room for the batter on this occasion. Macbeth not quite darting it into Kun, but certainly closer to off stump.
Yeah, just tightening his line there, just when he came round the wicket for that first ball. Just hung it outside the off stump. Only one man back on the offside. He's very square. Now he's gone down leg side. Just this change of angle has just got him off target a wee bit here. As I say, that first ball was outside off. Second ball on the stumps, but now he's overcomplicated again and gone down leg side and given away a wide. Nice shot. Go on, not too many risks with that. Pushed into the offside for 1. Jared Wilson out on the boundary with the fielding. 6 so far from this over. That's the type of thing the Knights are looking for. No risk cricket. Up to a run a ball if they can.
Certainly off the bat, it's good fielding by Getkate. At least initially,
yeah.
The fielding was good, but the overthrow will give another to Pretorius. He goes to 24. And the 150 is up.
It's the end of the 33rd over. 33 gone. As you've just mentioned, 150 on the board now. So 6 wickets. That will be concerning the Knights. These two just starting to put a partnership together. 33 at the moment between them.
Kunz started to play some slightly more aggressive strokes. Will he try it against Macbeth? Hard swing of the bat. Sweep, but we'll just send that in quickly. Single. Fielding change for Macbeth. Long off, coming on. Goes to long on.
One more. Just had to wait until the ball beat the mid wicket. Fielder. Singles so far in this over. There'll be one more.
Going about their business intelligently now, the Knights batters. Oh, that one pitched down the track. And with that, 34 overs down, 153 for 6 are the Northern Knights, and we'll have drinks. End of drinks. 153 for 6 are the Northern Knights. Rowan Pretorius and Tyrone Kuhn at the crease. Steadily building a partnership here for the Northern Knights, who were 6 down relatively quickly. Those last 5 wickets, though, having fallen relatively cheaply.
Yeah, we were just having a quick check there during that drinks break. The previous drinks break, after 14 overs or so, the Knights were 81 for 1. And just as soon as we'd had that, McCullum lost his wicket. It's been very consistent fall of wickets then for the Knights, but here we go again after the break. Trent McKeegan's come on, and almost another drinks curse there, just nipping that one back into Pretorius. Edges inside down to fine leg just for 1. So McKeegan back on, struggled early on with the new ball, hold his lines. This may suit him a little better. Coming on from the Dundonald end here. That's pitched outside leg.
Taking the leg by, though. Tyrone Kuhn. Pretorius back on strike. .57 for 6 now. After that leg bite. That's a no ball.
Yeah, we've been talking about it all innings here. Just that middle period that I managed to cut out those extras. Free hit, of course, coming up. It'll be Rowan Pretorius. They want to be giving him any free license here.
No change in the field. There's plenty of space on the offside. And that's going to be a wide ball, a free hit again.
And we're getting to the stage now where we might be looking at extras, raising the bat here fairly shortly for a half century. Up over 40 now. It's in the air, of course it doesn't matter, so Millie will probably let that bounce. He does. Just happy to let it bounce in front of him. No point in attempting any catch there, of course, with that free hit. So Keegan gets out of jail a little bit in terms of that. Concedes just a single.
Pretorius is fuming with himself, striking his pad with his bat. Oh.
That's what McKeegan can do. I mentioned at the outset here. Not 100% consistent with his deliveries, but when he gets it right, it's a real wicket-taking option for the Warriors. You just love him to break this partnership. It's just starting to gain a little bit of momentum for the Knights here. Continues there with that shot into the offside. Work to do for Wilson. He does really well. He's had a long chase there across that boundary. Gets rid of the ball really quickly and prevents the 2.
Yeah, excellent work from Wilson on the boundary. Coming around it quickly. Excellent release. A little shorter from McKeegan, but not dealt with by Pretorius. So with 15 overs to go, the Northern Knights 161 for 6. Pretorius and Kuhn at the crease. 49 of the Knights tally coming from these two batters. A partnership that is growing now.
Yeah, up to 44 now. Partnership. That has seen Andy McBride decide. Gonna come back on himself now. Bowled beautifully earlier. Just got into a spell, as we mentioned. Really likes these 10 over stints that he can really get into it. Bowl with a rhythm, and he certainly did that.
Yeah, 3 overs remaining for McBride. And a couple of wickets for the Warriors captain.
Two very similar shots to start with there. Two dot balls.
Kind of looking in the same area. Full of ball with flight. This time the long off comes into play. Just taking the single, and Pretorius back on strike. That's beautifully executed, but very quickly onto it was Ryan Macbeth. Just prevents the single from being taken. Ryan Pretorius cutting that ball away well. He saw it nicely.
It's worked into the leg side for another single, but again, really good over from McBride, straight into his work. You can see there, 2 for 20 from 8. It's been real good from the Warrior skipper. Still 14 overs to go here.
Pretorius up to 29, same score that Topping was out for. Top scorer of the innings so far. If we say tongue-in-cheek, it's extras, but McCollum 33. It's been a good, disciplined innings by Pretorius so far. And Kuhn has joined him and certainly played his part in building a partnership and stabilising the innings for the Northern Knights, who'd gone 6 down relatively quickly. Keegan.
Yeah, I think it was necessary. We talked about it. I think it was necessary for these two just to build that back again. 117 for 6. It really was looking a little bit precarious for the home side. They were staring down the barrel of being bowled out early. These two have settled now. As we mentioned, nothing overly risky. I've picked up the odd boundary, but it's been calculated shots rather than sort of challenging them. You know, put it aerial. They've been calculated drives. Picking up fairly regular singles now, not so many dot balls coming at the moment.
Yeah, just maintaining that run rate of over 4.5. It's lovely from Kuhn. Laid into that, slightly fuller ball, saw the opportunity and sent it to the boundary. He moves to 26 off just 33, and the 50 partnership comes up
And that's kind of what I'm talking about. When the ball has been full, that's when they've gone after it. Be confident with that. I can just see she can get talking to McKeegan now. That's what they'll be picking up their boundaries when the ball's been full.
50 partnership coming off just 65 balls, and in the context of when these two came together is massively significant.
Yeah, very much so. It's been sensible, as I've said. Anything in that full area, they've been confident enough to play the shots. Has he got something on that?
I think it might have clipped the pad.
Clipped the pad. What was the noise? Let's have a look at it here. Just drifting down the leg side. Yeah. Stuff that thigh. Through to Doheny. That's another decent over for the Knights, as you say, in the context of the game. 7 from it. 170 for 6 from 37.
Good partnership of 53 between Pretorius and Kuhn here. Not the biggest of the game, but Topping and McCollum, they spent a fair amount of time at the crease together. McCollum, who top scored with 33, with 66, that partnership between Topping and McCollum. Many of those runs were actually extras. Pretorius and Kuhn, though, second biggest partnership of the game, and that's what was really needed after partnerships of 14 all the way down to 0 at one stage. Pretorius and Kuhn coming together. Now over 50 runs together. 53 their partnership. And at a decent rate.
Yep, that's what they've been doing well. As I say, picking up the odd boundary when the bowlers have bowled full. But rotating the strike as well to make sure that that run rate stays around the 4.5 to 5 for now. And they're still around. We get into the 40th and plus 45th over. They can really accelerate. But for now, happy to take ones.
Brian continues, 2 for 22. Back over the wicket to Pretorius. Balls round to Kuhn. That's a very bold shot, given that Getkate is positioned at 45. Pretorius goes to 33. Joint top scorer in the innings now. Yeah, brilliantly bowled by McBride. Sent that one through. A lot of extra pace on that. Darted it in. Kuhn still got firm bat on that. Then flights one that beats everybody.
It's coming down towards the boundary. Will be pulled in. Gavin Rolson, I think, is chasing after that one. But again, it's not a beautiful piece of bowling from McBride there. The ball before, flat and pushed through. That one he gave a little bit of air, gave it time to spin a little bit unlucky. Oh, and that's going to be really fortunate for Tyrone Kuhn. Tried to play that one into the leg side, leading edge, just almost perfectly bisected the two fielders on the leg side. He picks up one. It's the end of the over. 38 gone, 176 for 6.
A dozen overs remaining. McKeegan will continue for the Warriors. They've done Donald end.
Yeah, just noticing between overs and fairly regularly here. McBride and Getkate deep in conversation here. As you would expect, the senior members of the team just trying to work out what's the next plan. Try to react to what's happening. The batting lineup. McKeegan though, going to continue here. It's in the air. Is it a chance? Oh, just dropped short. Jared Wilson coming in there. Shorter boundary. On the offside. Darren Cohen.
Not sure Wilson picked that up immediately. It came in off the boundary.
Well, that's kind of why I thought it was possibly half a chance, because it was aerial for quite some time, and then it did land a couple of yards in front of Wilson, so possibly didn't pick it out of the trees. On the far side as he would be looking.
And he's looking to come into play here, but this is over his head. Struck firmly the first 6 of the innings. Drew Pretorius gets to the shorter boundary.
Yeah, McBride actually claps his bowler there, because I would say pretty much any other boundary on the provincial circuit that would be caught on the boundary. That is the shortest boundary on this ground today, where the wicket is situated. It's about 20 to 25% shorter than any other boundary here, and Pretorius really didn't get the hold of that. Got enough though. He cracks that one into the offside. That's a great cricket shot. May get more runs for the previous shot, but for me, that's a beautiful shot.
Well, that was a far better connection. Very firmly off the bat, and he races now to 43, does Pretorius. 10 off the last 2 balls. And 6 almost into the pavilion. Over the short boundary and then to the longer boundary. Great contact.
Just
and
and he's got him. I was just going to say he's going to get back.
Pretorius drops his head. Tyron Kuhn is run out at the non-striker's end.
Confusion. Yes, no. Tyron Kuhn turns, and it's a good piece of fielding. I have to say, quick, hits the stumps. Wasn't a long throw required. I think it was Cian Hilton, possibly. He was in that position. He gets across. That's a crucial breakthrough for the Warriors, just after they'd gone for 2 boundaries. And the Knights didn't really look in too much bother. The 2 batters, Pretorius and Kuhn. But a run out, bonus wicket for the Warriors. Tyron Kuhn goes for 32, a well-made 32 from 39 balls.
Yes, an excellent innings in the context of this game, coming together with Pretorius at 117 for 6. Taking the score on now to 187, approaching 200. New batter, Tom Mays. He can bat more than just a bit. He's got a list day half century under his belt. Certainly known more for his bowling. Tom Mays can bat very nicely indeed. And shows it with that.
Pretorius on strike.
Pretorius on strike. Shows it with that little run down to the opposite end. He looked very eager to get on strike.
Yeah, but just a real bonus wicket there for the Warriors. Just to break that partnership. 70. Tom May's on strike now, as you say. Has definite ability. That's the bat. Showed that on recent tours as well. That's a nice ball from McKeegan though. First up.
End of the 39th, 188 for 7 on the Knights.
12 runs come off it. Same McKeegan won't get the benefit of the wicket. With the run out. Just a real mix up from the two there. 7 down now. 188. Just sets the Knights back again a little bit. Just got to rebuild again. The next few overs, maybe just puts back that switch where you would sort of say 6 down. Could they go a little bit earlier? In the 43rd, 44th over, maybe try and up that run rate. That may be put back a little bit now. McBride's going to bowl once again here. I'll be fairly circumspect with McBride. Bowled his last over. Probably want to get through this for sure.
That's an excellent delivery. Pretorius looking in a spot of bother against this ball. Looked to be nicely played. Ryan McBeth swoops onto the ball quickly. Denies a potential single. And then McBride darting one in. Clips the pad. There'll be a couple of runs here. Leg buys.
Yeah, they are indeed.
Moving on to 190 now. The Knights. Just a psychological barrier if they can go through the 200 run mark. And that'll be the next team target. Pretorius certainly intent on getting to his half century as well. It's been a very, very well played Pretorius innings.
Yeah, it has, given the contact as we mentioned when he came in. He likes to put bat on ball and get on with it, but just the scenario that they were in, he's knuckled down here. 45 currently. It's Tom May's on strike now. A little bit of turn there for McBride. That is a terrific spell, you have to say. Andy McBride went through all of his skills there, just in that middle period when he was bowling, right on top of the batters. He's taken 2 for 27 from his 10. Real exhibition of all that he brings. A little bit of turn, but it was really the pace that he bowled at. Changed it up, the odd quicker ball through the air, and then tempter with the floated one outside off stump. Really well bowled from McBride.
10 overs to play. And Northern Knights approaching that 200 run mark. Warriors 3 wickets away from ending the Knights innings early. Going to make a change and bring Zimmerman back on.
Yep, 10 to go here. With those 7 wickets, obviously, this could go either way. They could go bang bang and have them bowled out in the 42nd, 43rd over possibly. But conversely, 10 overs for the Knights, and that's a good start for this little set. Pretorius back into the crease and just cuts that behind point really nicely for a boundary to start this last 10 overs.
He moves to 49 with that stroke. Played it late, very deliberate, very nicely executed by Pretorius.
As you say, one short of his half century here. 68 balls currently. will be it. He's got that in front of square as well, so it should be 2. That's a really good knock from Pretorius. His teammates in the tent. A real good round of applause. And just with the experience in the team, as you mentioned earlier, we have the oldest member of the team and vastly experienced here, a young squad, and he's really stood up here and possibly played against his natural instincts, but been vital for the Knights this innings.
Yeah, he's got a very healthy strike rate, Rowan Pretorius, normally at 51, coming off 69 deliveries, so a little more measured in his approach. Vital is indeed the word. 52 now off 70 deliveries. Mays gets on strike. 2 away from the 200 are the Knights.
Nice shot from Mays to get him off the mark. Millie's been busy out there on that cover boundary. Yeah, no problem really with the run rate still. Just hovering around that 4.8 and 5. Right. A little lucky there. So easily could have bottom edged that into his stumps as he looked to play that shot. Is that the sign that possibly Pretorius now is looking to open up? He hasn't played any of those types of shots in the last 10 overs. When himself and Tyrone Coleman were going early, it was only balls that had been sort of pitched up. Oh, he got lucky there. Wide outside the off.
He's got a very lucky Pretorius, yes. And the 200 comes up for the Northern Knights. 203 for 7 now through 41 overs, and 2 significant milestones that have come this over: the 50 for Pretorius and the 200 for the Knights. And maybe, just maybe, this is where he's going to spark, as you say. Callets fell cheaply. He was the first wicket. Sam Topping got a good start, 29. So too did McCollum, out for 33. Carmichael fell cheaply, as did Hunter. Very well caught by Gavin Ralston. Dyer went for 2. As he was bowled brilliantly by Scott Macbeth. And then Kuhn, very unlucky to be run out by Hilton. A yes-no call, and then run out at the non-striker's end for a well-played 32 of 39. 44 extras, though, in this total. 203 for 7, 9 overs remaining. Here is Scott Macbeth.
Yeah, it's just every time that card comes up and you look down the card and the batter scores and you think, how is that making up the total that we've got? And then you forget about that extra little fella, literally. He's on 44 at the minute, and that really has boosted the total here.
Yes, between Pretorius and extras, 100 runs alone. Now 101 between Pretorius and extras, which is effectively half the tally. Mays on strike.
That's well played. Tom Mays, man down there. Bit of work to do. He does well. Gavin Ralston down there. He saved a couple of runs there. Poor ball from Scott Macbeth, short. Tom Mays just lifted it over. The man at 45, you can see there, Pretorius, I think, thought that was gone. A terrific effort from Ralston. Prevents the boundary. That's a lovely shot. Down the ground, goes down the ground. Mid-off was up. So happy enough to take on that shot and hit it straight down the ground. Good shot from Mays.
Good confident batting stroke. Turned it into a fuller delivery and got it on the bounce. No need to run. He knows he hit that beautifully. Mays goes
not
to
great fielding from the Knights coach down there.
Yeah,
just let that go into the bushes.
Simon Johnson watched that go. But in fairness, he recovered the ball eventually.
He did.
He's going quicker than a runner ball here. Moves to 8 relatively quickly. We'll take the easy single. Get Pretorius back on strike for the final ball. Well, this certainly has been a match that has swung momentum-wise significantly. It was the Knights to start as the Warriors' ill discipline in the bowling department gave Knights an early advantage, and then following that initial drinks break, the advantage for the Warriors, who got the Knights 6 down. Bowling card, Ryan Macbeth excellent at the top. He's 1 for 29 from his 7 overs so far, among the most economical bowlers. And it's McBride with an excellent 2 for 27, completing his spell. Shane Getkate bowled well, 0 for 22 without a wicket. Scott Macbeth, 1 for 24. Excellent delivery to remove Dyer on debut. Zimmerman, a little expensive, so too McKeegan. Zimmerman has picked up 2 all-important wickets. And Wilson, 0 for 16 from his 3. It'll be Zimmerman to continue.
Yeah, a really good point you make there about the fluctuation in this game. I was just mentioning that the Knights coach there, he was down on the boundary there as Tom Mays hit that across the ropes. Certainly for sure during that middle period he'd have been Mr. Grumpy for sure. His demeanour may have improved slightly over the past 45 minutes as his side goes past the 200. Still work to do.
Well, what's interesting here is Zimmerman had the cap off, had the jersey off, and suddenly Ryan Macbeth has stepped in. So maybe a little change in plan for the Warriors by bringing Ryan Macbeth on.
Yeah, I think he's got 3 left if I'm right. 3 left there are.
He does.
8 overs left though, so he can bowl 3 of them. He's possibly just looking around for who else he can turn to here. As you mentioned, just that bowling card being up. You know, Getkate has bowled well, economically wise. Zimmerman has picked up 2 wickets, so he's going to have to find some overs from his other opening bowlers. Seam bowlers rather. That's nicely played into the offside by Mays.
Mays goes to 10. 213 for 7. Knights squad pulling it back nicely over the last 2 wickets. Partnerships developing, certainly Pretorius and Kun, and now Mays and Pretorius building a potential partnership here. Top scorer Pretorius waited anxiously to see whether that got past the man at point. Scott Macbeth down to his right. Looks a fine save. And no single. He's got away with that, Ryan Macbeth.
Yeah. Full toss. Pretorius didn't really get hold of it, got enough on it, but Gavin Wilson went off. See him again, another hamstring possibly, just feeling the back of his leg there. A little bit of stretching.
Opportunity here, and Getkate says thank you very much. Tom Mays departs for 10, quicker than a runner ball. Shane Getkate takes the catch, tosses it back in, and the Knights are 8 down, 214 for 8. As Ryan Macbeth has his 2nd wicket of the innings. It was there to be hit.
Yeah, Tom May's taking on the man. Shane Getkate is literally 10 yards away from us here. He did not have to move a muscle there.
Yes, you're right.
Settled under it, and really, from the minute it was hit, didn't really look like any other outcome. Comfortable as catch. He's taken in a while, really did not have to move. And just underarms it back in. Hasn't even gone into the team huddle. He's just staying down here at long on, but yeah, Tom May's gone there, and just thinking now with those wickets in hand, he had played quite nicely for his 10. Just need to hang around a little bit longer though, because now we're 8 down. Just 2 wickets now for the Knights, and although they fought back really well here from 117 for 6, the last 2 wickets have put on guts of 100. Just don't want to leave any overs out there. Still just under 7.5 left.
You better. Matthew Humphries, the Lisburn man, 21-year-old. Got an excellent cricketing talent. Certainly regarded more highly for his bowling. Makes his way to the crease now. Faces Ryan Macbeth. Movement away from Macbeth.
Yeah, you would say that in terms of numbers, Tom May's would have been the last really recognised batsman. Seen Humphries hitting the ball really cleanly at times, but in terms of building innings, maybe back to just trying to survive and let Pretorius do the needful. That's full. We're going to take a leg by. I'll assume you can see the umpire's arm is out, so it will be a leg by the look of it. Just holding up, indeed it is. Just get a look at it again here.
Ooh.
That looked a good shot, that. It really did.
Hit the back leg as well. Oh, Macbeth, that was an excellent delivery. 7 to go, 215 for 8 are the Knights. Run rate of exactly 5 and over. Ryan Macbeth, that last over, yielding a wicket as Tom Mays was caught on the boundary. Shane Getkate long on with a fine catch. As you've pointed out, absolutely still. Didn't need to move a muscle to reach that ball. Straight into his chest. So on strike, Matthew Humphries.
Yeah, and possibly with that wicket of Mays, that's allowed Andy McBride to let Scott Macbeth continue now. I think Tom Mays would have been possibly happy to take on the off spinner. Maybe McBride would have changed back to seam, but with Humphries in now, he's going to continue with Macbeth. Starts with a wide.
2 relatively young, very promising spinners at the moment doing battle. Humphries, who is an excellent left-arm orthodox bowler with the bat. Scott Macbeth for the Warriors. And that's a beauty. Humphries gone for a duck. The Knights now 9 down, 216 for 9, and Scott Macbeth bowls his second Knights batter after removing Dyer cheaply. He has got Humphries as well. Just playing around that Humphries.
Yeah, and that momentum you talked about, Dwayne, has shifted back towards the Warriors again, with those just 3 wickets in hand as we entered the last 10. 2 have gone now.
Just to confirm, Humphries bowled by Scott Macbeth, 0 off 4, 216 for 9. Through 43.2 overs are the Northern Knights, and certainly in danger of not batting out their full complement of overs.
Yeah, that was the risk we'd sort of discussed at 40. Could go either way, and it's sort of turned out that way. We're now looking at just 43 overs gone and 9 down. Real risk of leaving plenty of balls out there.
Matthew Foster makes his way to the crease. Very much a recognised bowler. Very skillful pace bowler. And famously took his punched away. Macbeth continues.
Beautifully bowled. Really nicely bowled there.
Beth with a muted appeal. 216 for 9 on the Knights. 1 ball remaining in the 44th over.
Yeah, it's really nicely bowled from Scott Macbeth there. Takes the wicket in the over. And as I said, just maybe kept on there, just the wide in that over. So maybe just kept on with the Mays wicket. May have taken on the off spinner, but happy to bowl at Humphreys.
So this is where it becomes a very interesting bit of calculation from Ruan Pretorius, because he's on strike. He's certainly in, unbeaten on 58. And what does he do? Does he go for the expansive shots? Does he go for the bigger shots, or does he try to rotate the strike and build a partnership? He's surely got to go for a few strokes, add a few to the scoreboard.
Macbeth is going to continue, and you would think now, and you can see in the field that the field has spread.
Full toss, and fielder getting underneath it, but it's over his head all the way for 6, and that's the kind of start that we expected to the over. Ryan Macbeth is deposited over the boundary rope, and double Nelson, 222 for 9 now are the Northern Knights. Ruan Pretorius moving across his stumps well before Ryan Macbeth had even reached the popping crease.
Yeah, that's the sign of what we're looking at here. Going to go for it now, definitely. There's a reverse. We're definitely in T20 mode now for Ruan Pretorius.
Well, he had an excellent unbeaten 38 against Warriors in the IP50 match yesterday. Unbeaten 64 now. So over 100 runs against the Warriors attack without being dismissed over the last 2 days. Ruan Pretorius. Steps across his stumps, and that's very well called by the umpire. Not calling a wide, it was wide of the wide lines, but Pretorius had stepped well across his stumps. Best is not going to be caught out a second time in the over with that little movement from Pretorius. Looking for quick runs now. Trying to turn it into a full toss, and he's only succeeded in yorking himself effectively, Ruan Pretorius.
Yeah, so we're gonna move into test mode now, and sort of got 9 down. We've got the field around, 2 balls to go in the over. Does he just push one now? Leave Foster to take the last ball. We've moved from T20 to Test cricket. Let's see. Think about it now. He's just asked the umpire how many balls to come in the over. It wouldn't surprise me if he just tucks this in to the offer leg side. Well, he was going for it, but it will be 1. He's happy to take 1.
So I'll give Foster 1 delivery to face. 7 off the over so far. 223 for 9. 5 overs and 1 ball remain. Will the Knights bat out their innings? And just how many more can this last partnership add to the eventual total?
Yeah, be a major difference. Foster can definitely bat. Remember a game last year in the All-Ireland Cup here. I think it was against Leinster. Yeah, eventually went on to win the tournament. He came in number 10 or 11 on that occasion and almost got his team home from 60 or 70 out. Can he hang around here with Pretorius? Oh, Macbeth over. Does the Mark Wood. As it's known now. He's okay. Dot ball. Ends the 45th. 2-2-3 for 9.
Importantly for the Knights, Pretorius will be on strike as they begin the 46th over. 5 overs to play. Just how many more can Pretorius add? He's on 65, and yes, he's got to go into that T20 mode. You suspect make some quick fire runs. The last wicket partnership.
Yeah, this could be vital, in the context of the game. If we get a wicket in the next couple of balls, 225 or so, Pretorius comes off like he did yesterday, you're looking at 260 possibly. Makes a massive difference for what the Warriors would be chasing here. So here we go, last 5 overs. Scott Macbeth going to continue into the pitch. Long off, long on, as you would expect. And he's just decided to bowl flat here. Not giving Pretorius any time really. Flat and quick for Macbeth at the moment.
Pretorius just taking a moment. .28 balls remaining in this innings, so there's the potential for adding significantly more runs, but it's the concern that there are no more cushion wickets to come. There are 9 down are the Knights, but this has been a very determined, very disciplined innings from Rohan Pretorius, who has to go for 2 here. Foster comes back, so it comes to the bowler's end. Pretorius goes to 67, 225 now. Let's move on to. Doesn't take the single.
Nicely bowled from Macbeth there. So Pretorius moving about the crease. Watch the batter follow him a little bit, gave him no width. 5th ball in the over. We'll take the single. Really interesting stuff this. To see what's going through Pretorius's mind ball by ball here. Is he going for the big shot? Is he happy to take one? And you can see the field immediately change now.
He's calculated his innings so incredibly well.
I possibly will let Foster have the single here. Let the field sit back for that last ball. They brought a slip in, fair enough, but the ring, I would have just let the ring sit back, let him take one. Now you've got Pretorius, it's just a dot ball there, and now you've got Pretorius back on strike, short boundary on his leg side. Whereas you could have been bowling at Foster here, first up. That's going to close out.
So looking for the wicket here are the Warriors. Ryan Macbeth will bowl his 10th over. Rohan Pretorius on strike. 68 unbeaten. 4 overs remain. Knights 226 for 9. No ball.
Oh boy. Not a good start. No ball. Field can't change, of course. So there's your free hit single. I think nothing's going to really change for Pretorius here. I think he was trying to hit every ball out of the park anyway. The advantage here, though, is if he doesn't get it, he'll remain at the crease. Here we go, free hit.
That is superbly bowled by Macbeth. Facing the free hit, Pretorius remains on his knees.
Yeah, well bowled. Kind of yorked himself there a little bit. Took the pace off. Full ball. Pretorius couldn't get anything on it at all. That's giving him a little bit of a sighter, though. What can he do with this one? Yep. He's targeting that boundary. Doesn't get that in the middle of the bat. Skew whiffs that. Pardon the expression. Behind square on the leg side. Nobody there. It's a tight little alley here for Ryan Macbeth to bowl because Pretorius is trying to create that angle by stepping across to off. He can't bowl too wide of the off stump. He's giving away a wide possibly. So just changing the field. Man's going back to where that ball went at deep square. Mid off has come up. Will he target mid off area now? That'll be a wide though, and that's what I'm talking about. He's expecting Pretorius to walk out on that offside to open up the leg, and that's that time. That double bluff. Pretorius stayed still. Macbeth goes wide on the offside, but too wide.
Another wide. Pretorius just holding his position in the crease, not moving across as he did in the previous over or at the start of this one. So no ball and 2 wides already in this Ryan Macbeth over. Only 2 legal deliveries and a slower ball. This is sent out. It was in the air for a long time, but Cameron Melly unable to get underneath it. Pretorius takes the single, though.
Yeah, I think they also thought they maybe could get back for 2 there. But they have some butts there because I think a few of the Warriors thought that the catch could have been taken. As it was short of Cameron Melly out there. And then, as I say, the Knights think they could have got back for 2, but just a single. Gets Foster on strike.
Ryan Macbeth, can he take his 3rd wicket and end this night's innings? 234 for 9. 21 balls still remaining in the innings. That's 3 for Foster to face potentially. Into the pad. Surely pitching outside leg. Umpire not interested. Two deliveries for Foster to face. Ryan Macbeth.
They're going to take the one on the misfield. It's always a difficult decision there. Do you take it, do you not? They squeezed on both sides of the wicket there, the inner ring. Trying to prevent Foster from taking the single. He gets it. Now Pretorius will be on strike for the last ball. Again, a really difficult decision here because it's the last ball of this over. 3 to go after this. So sticking and twisting here a little bit. Don't want to concede a boundary, obviously, but would love to keep Pretorius at that end with a dot ball. Can't do it though. Pretorius Hopper to take the single, runs it down to third man, takes one, good over for the Knights. 2:36 for 9, 3 to go.
Hey, just your general take when you consider the momentum shifts in this game that we've spoken about. At 81 for 1, 236 on the board now for the Knights. And at 117 for 6, 236 on the board now for the Knights. I mean, massive momentum shifts. But how happy would they be with what they've got on the board at the moment?
Yeah, really different perspectives there. Obviously at 81 for 1. You'd have been sitting okay, but then that real difficult period in the middle order at 117 for 6, you'd be biting your hand off for where you're at right now, with the possibility of getting to 250. I think that 250 could be a fairly significant mark here. Scott Macbeth continues. Yeah, if they can get above 250, I think that'll be a good comeback for the Knights, especially with the inexperienced team they've got here. But yeah, at 81 for 1, you might be thinking, so it could be an interesting chat at lunch.
Also significant that we're talking about the potential of 250 when Pretorius had managed to get the Knights to the 200 run mark, and we thought that was a significant milestone. So the fact that they're 12 away from 250, again, credit to Pretorius.
Yeah, he's marshalled it well.
He's 24 away from a ton. I don't think that's quite what we're looking at. He's the kind of player who could get there.
That's nice. It's in the gap. And he's not going to take it. No. It's not going to go to the boundary. So he's happy to. And we are definitely in test mode here now. It's no singles taken now. He'll go this time because he's got a lot more on that, and he's got it dead straight. And hits the boundary rope. Good batting from Pretorius here. He moves to 80.
Yeah, Scott Macbeth has put in a really good spell. And on this occasion, Pretorius turns it into a slightly fuller ball and sends it to the boundary. I'll take the single here. One ball to come in the over. Pretorius to 81.
Again, we're back to that scenario we had last time. Not so many fielders coming in to prevent the one here. I'll be letting them have one here. If I was Monty Foster, I'd just block it. That's exactly what he does. Just blocks it. Gives Pretorius strike for the 49th. He'll be looking towards that shorter boundary on the leg side here. It'll be interesting to see who McBride turns to here. And Macbeth bowled out now.
Maybe Zimmerman.
Looks like it. Caps are coming off left, right and centre here. So they're really challenging us here, but it looks like it's going to be Harry Zimmerman. He's going to be tasked with the last over from this Dundonald then. One more to come after that. But this will be a real pivotal over, I think, here, because the shorter boundary we've seen already. Pretorius looking to go across and putting Ram Macbeth off his line. Let's see, he's be eyeing up this leg side boundary here. .243 for 9. 2 overs to go.
It's not a bad option. It's a little risk and reward. Zimmerman a little more expensive than the other bowlers, but he can take wickets and he can produce those wicket-taking deliveries. Ryan Macbeth bowled out 2 for 48 from his 10. Another top spell, 2 for 27 from his 10 for Captain McBride. Zimmerman will bowl his 6th. Ryan Pretorius, maybe an insect or something in the eye, just getting the helmet put on. Little help from Doheny, the Warriors keeper. Seven away from 250 are the Northern Knights. Another significant milestone if they can indeed reach that mark. Pretorius is going for the big shots here. Turning down the easy single.
Yeah, got himself in that position, as we talked about, going towards that offside, but inside edge on that, and no chance of 2 into that leg side. Well patrolled, deep square leg, deep mid wicket, long on. He's gone again. It's very similar. Doesn't get out on it. So, you know, we're in a really weird situation here where we're turning down runs at the end of an innings. You can understand why. He's trying to clear the boundary and pick up 6s or 4s. But dot balls just in the last couple of overs. As I say, quite a strange scenario here.
Yeah, 4 fielders on the leg side, 3 of them on the boundary rope. Legal delivery, 3 dot balls to start for Zimmerman.
Yeah, Pretorius thinking that was a wide. Left it alone. Trying to throw the bat at anything at all there on it would have been 4. There's only just the 45 just out of shot there. Go again, Zimmerman in again. That one will be a wide, I'm sure. Yeah. The bowler not happy this time, but fairly certain that was well wide. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, that brings up the half century for extras. Could be 50, I think. A decent total.
Full toss, and he skied this. Getkate's going to get underneath it. He's called for it.
He's there.
Ending Pretorius' innings, ending the Knights' innings. They're all out for 244. Zimmerman gets his 3rd of the innings. Pretorius moving across. Full toss. And fails to make the kind of contact he would have liked. Skies it. And Getkate comfortably underneath it. Pretorius gone for 81. A very well played 81.
Yeah, a little bit more movement this time required from Shane Getkate, but very similar outcome. Safe as houses underneath it. He takes the catch to end the innings. Pretorius maybe a little bit disappointed with that shot. He was looking for that leg side. 3 dot balls to start. Can't get the 4th one away. Holds out, but a really well made innings there from Ryan Pretorius. Held it together when the Knights were in a good bit of bother early at 117 for 6. Crucial knock from him. Now you see the full scorecard. Real standout innings there from Ryan Pretorius. 81 from the 100 balls. He departs off that last ball of the innings. Sam Topping and McCollum up top with 29 and 33, but really it was the Pretorius innings with partnerships with Cohen and Mays, who got 10 later on, that really rescued an innings from 117 for 6. The partnerships, 66 between Topping and McCollum. They looked good until McCollum fell just after the drinks break, and then a period of low partnerships, 14-11 and 0-11, but then that crucial one between Pretorius and Cohen of 70. Then good contributions from Mays. And then Pretorius taking over at the end there with 27 and 28 to finish.
Bowling for you, Ryan Macbeth, 2 wickets, 2 for 48 from his 10. Captain McBride, excellent, 2 for 27, only going at 2.7 and over. Also relatively economical was Scott Macbeth. He took 2 for 35, bowled both the Knights batters that he managed to dismiss. Keegan, he a little expensive, 8 for 6, 0 for 43 for him. Wilson, 0 for 16 from his 3. But it's the extras that ultimately proved very costly, allowing Knights to nearly reach 250. 50 additional runs from the extras. 244 the total for Northern Knights, were bowled out with a handful of deliveries remaining. Match summary: Pretorius top scoring with an 81, very fine 81. McCollum and Kuhn both into the 30s, topping 29 on debut for him. Pick of the bowlers: Zimmerman 3 for 40, McBride, Macbeth, Scott and Ryan Macbeth both picking up 2 wickets as well. Well, that's the end of the Northern Knights innings, and that is the innings break now. The Warriors have an opportunity to chase down a target of 245. Join us again in around 40 minutes here at the Ward in Stormont. So Northern Knights all out for 244. Target of 245 is what the Northwest Warriors need to claim the victory in the very first Interprovincial Cup match of 2024. We've seen some serious ebbs and flows. Ali McCalmont is alongside me for today's tie. This is one of those fixtures that has had momentum shifts. Some would call it an emotional roller coaster. But Warriors victorious yesterday by 5 wickets in an interprovincial trophy match. Maybe a little bit of a morale boost and psychological edge there. But they come into their innings knowing they need 245.
Yeah, the word roller coaster you mentioned there, Dwayne. And that's exactly what it was in that innings. And hard to know which side really will be the happier going into the innings break. But doesn't really matter now in a way. It's 244 on the board, 245 to chase for the Warriors. They know exactly what they've got to do, as do the Knights with the ball. It's going to be Ruan Pretorius. Going to start off from this Dundonald end. Right on it to start with. Gavin Wilson at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, so Boyd Rankin opting to go with Gavin Alston opening. Cian Hilton will come in one down. Pretorius continues.
Yeah, good start here.
First run on the board.
Pretorius. So yeah, you mentioned a definite mixed fortunes during that first innings there. 81 for 1 at the initial drinks period, then a clatter of wickets fell, quick succession, 117 for 6, and there was a real possibility that the Warriors could really run through the Knights, but good partnership between Pretorius, who's got the ball now, and Tyrone Cohen got them over the 200 mark, and then Pretorius batted with the tail, get them up to 244. Bit of work to do for Sam Topping, the new keeper. He's taken over from Neil Rock, of course, who has gone to the Ireland camp ahead of tomorrow's game against Pakistan, which we'll probably discuss during this innings at some stage. But Sam Topping's come in here, batted reasonably well there for his 29. But obviously would like to end up on the winning side in his debut. That's in the air and gone. Nice piece of field placement there. Short gully fielder. Docherty is gone in the first over.
Pretorius just a little wider and flashing at it. Decent connection and a really sharp catch as well. Tyrone Cohen completes the catch. Docherty gone. And that brings Cian Hilton to the crease. He wouldn't have been wanting to come into bat in the opening over.
Yeah, I think that's a big wicket for the Knights. They all are, of course, at this level. But Stephen Docherty has the capability of just batting through here, batting for a 60 or a 70 plus, and just reducing that target. And all the talk in the mid-innings break would have been early breakthroughs. And Pretorius, that delivery wasn't in itself one that brought about the wicket, but possibly just even the captaincy. Bowler possibly talking about it would like a man. He's really at a short gully point there. He's just off screen there. He's really tight in. Tyrone Cohen. That went straight in to the bread basket. Wicket for the Knights.
Cian Hilton off the mark immediately. Just whips that ball down to fine leg. Hilton, who is among the players in this game that impressed in the recent Under-19 World Cup earlier this year in South Africa. It's good against New Zealand and Bangladesh, and looks to continue his upward trend in cricket with a good innings here. And Pretorius will continue. Gavin Ralston facing. And that's wide for Ruan Pretorius. I think the other element to consider for Pretorius is he batted for 100 balls. He was out there for a couple of overs, made 81, a stellar 81, but now he's tasked with opening the bowling. That's a lot of responsibility. Oh, that's a lot of movement there.
Definitely. I mean, we saw this with the new ball at 10:45 this morning. Quite a lot of swing. And I want to use that early. The Knights won't hang around for long, but they got the breakthrough. Possibly not with one of those pleasing away swingers that nicks off to the keeper. This occasion, as I say, just that field placing at a very short gully straight into the midriff of Tyrone Cohen and the wicket. 4 for 1 from one, and a great start for the Northern Knights.
It's a very solid start. Wicket in the opening over. That's exactly what they would have wanted. The early breakthrough. But the required run rate still under 5 and over from the outset. 245 the target. So a very manageable run rate for this Interprovincial Cup match. All the Knights are the defending champions.
Matthew Foster. A ball from the city end. Good start from Foster. And yeah, you were just talking about it. Kind of what we're looking at. The Interprovincials now very inexperienced. Northern Knights lineup as we've discussed, but out there at the minute for the Warriors. 2 of that under 19 Ireland side. Did so well in the World Cup. Gavin Ralston, Kane Hilton, they'd have been on that trip down to South Africa. Know each other well. It's beaten Hilton there. Of course, we sort of mentioned that Hilton did look a star batter in that team. Look really at home at that level. But that 82 that Ralston scored, you mentioned, against New Zealand. Ireland's first ever win against New Zealand ever in international cricket at any form. A pretty momentous win that was. These two were front and centre in that game. They're front and centre early here. Down at the first wicket fallen. What I'm really going down the houses to get to here is that there's 2 19-year-olds out there.
Yep.
And you know, right in the heat of an IP50 game. This is kind of, I want to see the top players, of course, but this is really a good blooding ground for these young players. Oh, it's a beautiful ball from Foster. He, of course, has played at full international level. Played for the Ireland A recently in Nepal, so a good test for these two.
Speaking of internationals, both these sides are missing a host of their internationals. Northern Knights without Sterling, Paul Sterling, the Adair brothers, Mark and Ross. Neil Rock, keeper batter. One just skews away off the edge, but very comfortably collected by Cade Carmichael. At Northwest Warriors also missing Graham Hume and Craig Young on international duty. So between the sides, contributing 6 of the squad members for the T20 World Cup upcoming in the United States and the Caribbean. Ireland will be based in the United States and actually have United States in their group, Group A.
Oh, that's going to be a big shout there, and it's going to go. That's beautifully bowled from Matthew Foster. Had pinned Hilton back for the first 5 balls of the over. Not getting forward to that one. Just a hint of movement back in.
Beautiful delivery, lovely line, and hint of movement. The undoing of batter Cian Hilton. And he goes without troubling the scorers much. Just the one run for Hilton off the 7th that he faced.
Yeah, really good bowling from Matthew Foster. It was a top over as it was. 5 dots, keeping the pressure on every ball, testing out the batter's technique. And just with that last ball, a little bit of shape back in off the seam. And it was late movement as well off the seam there. It wasn't out of the hand. And just nipped back, beat the forward defensive shot on the pads. The umpire gives the decision. A wicket in each of the first 2 overs for the Knights. And they couldn't have asked for anything more.
Certainly couldn't have. It's a very fine wicket maiden for Matthew Foster to start. New batter, Andy McBride, the Warriors captain, makes his way out as Pretorius will bowl to Ralston.
Yeah, as I say, would have been plenty of chat at the halfway point from the Knights analysts and coaching staff about that 245. As we've discussed, it was up and down a little bit, so they'll probably discuss that another day, but they've been talking about their bowling plans. Couldn't have come up with a better one than this. Nice shot though this occasion. Wilson just leans into that one, caresses it through the covers. Comfortable boundary.
A little bit of width on offer from Pretorius, and taking full advantage Ralston. Just that little half step down the track and then trusting his hands through the shot. As you say, leaned into it and caresses it through the covers for.
Much tighter line on that occasion. Still getting that little bit of shape into the left-hander. Pretorius. Nicely bowled again.
Pretorius, despite that wide ball that was punished, Ralston sending it to the boundary. It's bowled 3 superb deliveries to follow up from that ball that went to the boundary rope. And a dot ball to finish. 4 off the over. Pretorius 1 for 7 through his 2 overs. Bowls a lot of dot balls, does Pretorius, and that could prove to be invaluable for the Knights as they attempt to defend their 244 all out. With 3 overs down, Warriors are 8 for 2. You've got to make some big runs in the power play if you want to set up a good platform to chase down a target. Even if that target is under 5 and over.
Yeah, you don't want to let it get too far away. I was just thinking, watching those first few overs, that, you know, looking at the wicket and the pitch that we've seen over the past 2 days, could be one of those maybe old school 50 over games that we were used to, where you really got to bed in for a while and graft for an innings. Here's Foster. Oh, that's a beauty first up. You know, we watched the Warriors bowling from that end with a left-hander, and just couldn't control the difference between the right and the left. Foster here. That's exactly the delivery. He's just using the angle that he's coming over the wicket, bowling it across the left-hander. And then if there's a little bit of shape, either in or away, really has him in business. Does exactly the same again. Just that angle going across McBride. And this is really good stuff from Matthew Foster.
And McBride's somebody who can be used up and down the order, but coming in at number 4 for the Warriors today, he's somebody he's batted 3 internationally as well, and quite successfully at that. I think of the West Indies series a couple of years ago in particular. Foster has beaten McBride with 3 successive deliveries. It's a really good line. Very disciplined bowling from Matthew Foster. One or 2 CSNI players for the Knights today. Brian, full face of the bat on that. But again, importantly, a dot ball, 10th successive dot ball for Foster.
Yeah, appears in a real good rhythm to start here. 10 dots joined up here. He'd love to add another wicket though.
2 early wickets that the Knights have taken in this Warriors reply. But a positive for the Warriors is that they've got time. They've still got plenty of time in this game. Yes, a run rate of 2 at the moment in the initial stages, but required run rate's not going to get away from them at this stage.
Yeah, they can't soak up a little bit of pressure here. You have to accept when the bowler bowls well. That's exactly what Matthew Foster is doing. Hasn't conceded a run from his first 2 overs. Back-to-back maidens. Throw in the wicket of Hilton. Give you those figures of 1 for none from 2. So yeah, as I was saying there, possibly just got to accept that the bowler's bowling well and just soak up that pressure a little bit. Pretorius to continue from the Dundonald end. Just worked away. Ralston down to 3rd man. That'll get McBride on strike now at this end.
Yeah, not significant field changes for the fielding side here as 2 left-handed batters at the crease. Yeah, important Pretorius doesn't give any width here. Brian would love to get his hands free, just like that. Doesn't get it off the middle of the bat though. It's an edge. Safe enough though. Runs down the 3rd man for another single. There is that change in the field. So as that ball goes through a point, same position now that got the opening wicket. Brought a man into gully region. There's a misfield, 2 misfields in a row will give Ralston a single. Yep, just 2 misfields in a row, as I said, got through right there at cover. And Ben Collins had done well to get round, but couldn't gather. So another single. Darren Cohen in that position there. You can just see him on the right hand side of your screen briefly there. That's a nice shot. This time, Harry Dyer
Gets those runs back. He may have given one away off that last delivery. He gets it back quickly. Saves probably a couple there at least.
Yeah, fine save. It's a kind of shot that may very well have gone all the way to the boundary. Pretorius just bowling in a channel outside off this over. Now, just turns it back into McBride.
The last ball on the 5th over.
Just off the toe of the bat. Brian can't get it away. And with that, the end of the 5th over. 11 for 2 are the Warriors.
We've mentioned it a few times in that first innings, but the major difference here is very few extras given away here. By this stage we'd had 2 or 3 wides going to the boundary and really boosted the total of the Knights early. Not the case for the Knights. They've been pretty disciplined so far. Just a couple of extras. Matthew Foster to continue. Hasn't conceded a run as yet. That goes on.
Yeah, lovely from Foster. He's found a rhythm, he's found a tempo, and he is not deviating from that.
Yeah, and I think that the surface is offering enough that if you put it in the right areas, it'll do a little bit for you. That's exactly what he's doing. That's a little bit fuller. He hits it straight to cover. Ben Callett's there, does the fielding. Up to 15 now. Real good stuff from Matthew Foster.
It's not too often you see 15 consecutive dot balls. Like that 16.
Yeah, obviously we'll concentrate on that he hasn't conceded a run, but just the areas that he's bowling, making the batters play on a constant basis. No freebies as yet, with that added bonus of a wicket. I guarantee you, those 3 behind stumps topping. McCollum, Pretorius will be chatting to each other. They'll be counting them as well. They'll be telling the bowler 17 in a row. They'll be counting them, letting the batters know. Trying to just get in his head a little bit. Trying to play that little bit of a injudicious stroke possibly. Last ball. Callett stops it. Would you believe it? 3 in a row. Really good stuff from Foster. 6 gone. And just 11 for 2. backed up on the field there. And amazing how these little sequences sort of just encourage it. 50 overs to field here, and it just takes a little thing like that, a run of dot balls, and the fielding team suddenly gives that extra 2% in the field to try and keep it going. Some real good stuff from Matthew Foster. Back to Pretorius now.
Pretorius bowling to McBride. Yesterday it was Pretorius who started off with a maiden over. But what the Knights did in the field in the IP50 fixture against the Warriors was they had some overthrows, they bowled a few extras, none of that today. They've been on target, they found their line and length early. That's a good run, just release a little pressure. McBride getting down the other end.
We mentioned it in the first innings, but beautiful conditions here today. Nothing has changed since 10:45 this morning in terms of the weather, other than it's got a couple of degrees warmer. Beautiful conditions to play cricket in here. Beautiful ball. There you go. Beautiful conditions. And a beautiful ball from Pretorius, just nipping back in. Takes the top of the stumps. And the third Warriors wicket goes down.
Oh, some really good movement off the wicket for Pretorius. He has his second. Having had Kuhn take the catch to dismiss Dohney in the opening over. Gavin Ralston, who turns 18 next month, is gone for 6 of 17 balls. Warriors now in a spot of bother. They're 12 for 3.
I think from ball one, I think that's, well, not ball one because it was the right-hander in, obviously, but as soon as the left-handers have come in there, I think that's the ball that Pretorius has been searching for. Just the angle again, going across the left-hander, but then that little bit of movement into the left-hander with that angle. If you can get that swing coming back in, he's beaten the defensive shot on that occasion. Little gap between bat and pad. And the perfect length, as they always say, hit the top of off. That one's beaten Ralston and hit the top of the bail, middle and off. And that brings Scott Macbeth to the crease, and coming in at 5. He certainly wouldn't want to have been putting the pads on and being out in the middle in this, the 7th over.
Scott Macbeth bowled particularly well. He showed much promise with the bat. Much to admire about Macbeth's technique, but he's got to back that up now with telling performances, and this is certainly a chance. Pretorius beats the outside edge with the first delivery to Scott Macbeth.
He's batted in 50 over games for Ireland in representative academy and under 19 matches. Step up here though. That's another lovely delivery from Pretorius. And whatever the coaches, Simon Johnson and particularly probably bowling coach Ian Butler, have said to the Knights in that mid-innings break, they've certainly listened. Right on the attack here now. Second slip coming in, so 2 slips. Gully point, all behind the wicket on the offside. Strength and early. That just tells you where we're at. In fact, Cohen's going to go into a wide third slip, so 3 men behind the wicket catching. And he beats the bat again. So not quite a wicket maiden on this occasion, just a single coming off that 4th over from Pretorius, but 2 for 11. Really regular wickets for the Knights here. Really good start from them. 12 for 3.
Pretorius a couple of wickets. Foster with another wicket as well. He will continue from the City end.
Yeah, what's your thoughts on this? And he's bowled exclusively over the wicket. Hasn't gone for a single run in 3 overs, and he's going to come around the wicket now to bowl to the left-hander.
Yeah,
what's your thoughts?
Just noting that. Yes. Well, what it can sometimes do is force the bowler certainly to change his angle, but you can sometimes see him change his line of length a little wider. And indeed, the first runs of a Foster delivery in this game. McBride just sending that into the offside, using the width.
Yeah, it's a small thing. He's gone for 1 run, and we're talking about it as if it's 1 run. But it was just the fact that he was in a real good rhythm.
Yeah.
Bowling over the wicket, bowling the ball across the left-hander. I just thought he would stay in that rhythm just for a while yet. He hasn't gone for any runs. He's changed it up there. And look, again, he's only going for a single, but he's back over the wicket now. Back into that rhythm.
Still good fielding pressure from the Knights. Foster bowling a really good line. A couple of slips and certainly 3 offside fielders close in. It looks like they're going to bring a man in. Almost.
Yeah. Just swapping. Matthew Humphries was in that position and he swapped him out. Tyrone Cohen's been there previously. He's back in and another playing miss. Plenty of those so far.
And plenty of comments from the Knights players. Tails are up.
Yeah, as I say, I can guarantee you that I've been counting those dot balls up that were coming. Plenty of chirp.
Slightly shorter on this occasion, but a really good line. Just a tester for Scott Macbeth. He's escaped unscathed. And that certainly won't discourage the bowler, Foster.
This is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful bowling from Matthew Foster. I wonder, the guys watching down in Dublin in the Ireland training camp, because this is the type of performance that we were looking for last week at the festival, just to put your hand up. We've now moved into the IP50 tournament, and this is about as good an opening spell as we've seen for quite some time here from Matthew Foster. Just nipping that back again, takes the inside edge onto the stumps. Macbeth is gone for another duck.
Scott Macbeth, ball by Foster. Out for a duck off 7. But Foster has bowled 23 deliveries. 22 of those have been dot balls, 2 wickets as well. Only a single off his bowling for the Warriors. Shane Getkate makes his way out now. Somebody who's having a really good time, the Phoenix star. He's had a good time with ball in hand. Now a good innings required with the bat. The Warriors are to claw their way back into this game.
Very much so. I was looking back over his last few innings, though he has struggled with the bat. I know yesterday managed to help Cameron Melly get his team home, but just only one double-figure score in his last 8 prior to yesterday. So a lot of pressure on here now. 4 down for 13 on the board, and Matthew Foster, if you're going to have your tail up, it's going to be right now. He's got 1 ball, and at Getkate. Manages to get off strike. So there's your second scoring shot off Foster, but it's been fantastic performance so far from Matthew Foster. And as I say, so maybe watching this performance from him, he's been in Ireland contention in and out of squads over the past couple of years. Really a performance like this is exactly what the Interprovincials is about. Performance like this, people will be watching. Just bowling with the new ball, really quite exceptional stuff in his first 4 overs there.
No respite for the Warriors. They're 14 for 4. 42 overs remaining, plenty of time, but they are running out of wickets. Only 6 wickets in hand, chasing that target of 250. 245. Pretorius continues.
Yeah, the only small thing, and it's a really good problem to have if you're the skipper. James McCullum's got that task today. Watching Matthew Foster doing what he's doing, and indeed Pretorius at this end. I mean, he's only going for 11, I think, at the moment. That, you know, and it looks as if he's bowling quite poorly if he's going 2 for 11 though, compared to Foster. That problem I'm talking about, which, as I say, is a really good problem to have, is how long do you keep them going? Normally you'd be sort of bowling 5, maybe 6 if they're really going well, but 4 overs in here, I don't think you'll get the ball out of Matthew Foster's hand at the minute.
No, I agree with that. Pretorius, oh, no ball.
Would you believe it? Body language would suggest that he's got something on that. Shane Getkate through to the keeper. Yeah. Up went the keeper, Sam Topping. They immediately saw Gareth Morrison's right arm outstretched. Free hit coming up for the Warriors. But more importantly, it's not a wicket.
Does Getkate break the shackles? He's got a license to hit, and this is going to be nothing more than a single. Tosses his head back in frustration, does Getkate. A full toss, and he's unable to gleefully accept the gift that was provided to him by Pretorius.
Yeah, Shane Getkate banging form. I think he'll be taking full advantage of that. Doesn't time it. Yeah, sure, he's early in his innings here. Sort of have to give that excuse a little bit. McBride back on strike. Another beauty from Pretorius. So we did mention just off air earlier that yes, Mark Adair's not here, of course. He'd be bowling in this lineup, but apart from him, it's a fairly well experienced bowling lineup. Pretorius, Foster and Mays, of course. Throw in Tyrone Cohen there, and then Matthew Humphreys, the premier spinner. Oh, little nick, I think, on that as well. Stifled the appeal. So yeah, the bowling attack won't change that much from a fairly regular night's lineup. So although the batting was a little bit inexperienced, you would say, this bowling lineup fairly well experienced for the Knights. They're showing it so far.
Certainly are. Ryan Pretorius and Matthew Foster. 2 wickets apiece. Callett smothers it, but McBride gets one. Brings Getkate back on strike. McBride, though, will have the strike as the next over begins.
Yep, end of the 9th. We're almost out of the power play here. 1 over to go. Yep, very similar to yesterday, and that it's even less today. It was 3 runs and over in a T20 in the power play. Today, 17 for 4. So going at sort of 1.9 here so far. Coming up to this last over. Of course, 10 overs, power play in a IP50 game. After this will be interesting, because we were just having a discussion about this during the festival, that if you're in a position like that, 10 overs gone now when the power play's up at the end of this, and let's say there's not too many runs, you don't have to spread your field, but just that's the thing that's done then. We just spread the field. So let's see what happens in this over.
Brian going for the big shot. Slightly wider from Foster, who's changed his approach to McBride again. Beats the fielder. McBride is confident that'll go all the way to the boundary. Indeed it does. So Foster concedes the first boundary off his bowling. Well played by McBride.
Yeah, that was a nice shot. That just sort of reminded me of the shot that Tyrone Cohen played when he came into the wicket at obviously a later period in the innings, but a similar kind of thing that these two have to consolidate now. They can't really lose wickets now, so fairly safe shot there. Down the ground, but good comeback from Foster again. Yeah, he probably just pushing that down the ground, possibly looking for a single even just, but he timed it well. Beat mid off and managed to get 4.
Right on the money. Not much of his spell. 2 for 6 as he approaches the end of his 5th over.
Yeah, whisper this quietly now, but me and you are having to move back in the tent here because the sun is almost becoming too warm. I can tell you, over the past few weeks, we wouldn't have been saying that. It's actually beautiful here at the moment. If you're in the area, why not pop down and watch the rest of this game? Free entry, of course. A beautiful sight here, really, at the ward today. Sun's out. A really nice setting for cricket. Not so for the Warriors at the moment, though.
Foster.
It's in the air.
Oh, and that's it. McBride chips one to mid-off, and he's gone. Just when he was starting to settle, Foster nips in with another wicket. And McBride goes for 8, and the Warriors in deep trouble now. They're 21 for 5 through the power play.
Yeah, just threw the shot a little early on that occasion. I think Brian looking to play a similar shot to the one he did early in the over that went for 4.
Ben Cullitz.
Nice catch. Nice catch from Ben Cullitz. It was sort of dying on him as it got to him. He managed to bend down and get it in his hands. Takes the catch, and Hugh Foster's figures just keep getting better and better.
They do indeed. Well, this brings Cameron Melly to the crease, and these are the two that powered the Warriors to victory over the Knights in the IP20 fixture yesterday. Getkate and Melly together, producing some fireworks and indeed heroics. A magical Melly innings. Melly would need to produce something utterly spectacular. The brigade batter, if he's to get the Warriors out of the hole that they've dug for themselves. 21 for 5. This is a side that's never been bowled out for under 100.
Yeah, I think this might be water in the wine scale of miracle here. 21 for 5. And the Knights bowlers just all over the Warriors at the minute.
Pretorius continues. 2 for 14. Certainly nothing to sniff at. Foster's figures are spectacular, but Pretorius 2 for 14.
Yeah, as I say, in isolation, if you were saying that you've gone for 2 for 14 from your first 5 and a bit, that would be ticking the box for the coach and the skipper. But he kind of looks as if he's taking a back seat here at the moment with the guy at the other end. But certainly an all-round performance here at the minute from Marion Pretorius. Don't forget, 81 in that Knights innings. That's right on the mark again. So you throw in his 81, and he scored. He's just going for 14 at the minute. Picked up 2 wickets as well. So again, we've mentioned it before, the inexperience of the Knights team really needed their senior statesman to stand up, and he's certainly doing it so far.
Maintain that pressure.
Yeah, it's the disciplines, isn't it, that they've just not really strayed from lines. Keeping the pressure on the batters. The scoreboard's building the pressure in itself. They're not giving anything free at the minute. It's been as good at 11 overs as you could have wished to see so far in terms of the Knights.
I wonder how Getkate and Melly are going to try to manage this. Melly's got a really top strike rate. He likes to get after the bowling. But now he's got 40 odd overs to try to bat.
Yeah, yesterday we were talking 4 maybe. 4 overs, nothing really to lose.
Yeah. Slightly fuller from Pretorius. Still no run for the Warriors.
Yeah, different scenario really for Melly today. Clearly showed yesterday he can bat, but he really hadn't, as I say, nothing really to lose yesterday, and really came off. There is your card, and yeah, really sorry state of affairs really for the Warriors. Nobody as yet into double figures. Top scorer McBride with 8. Pretorius and Foster have just hit the straps, put it in the right areas, and let the wicket do the rest. And Foster's been exceptional. Three scoring shots now from his first 5 overs, and no surprise he's going to continue here.
Yeah.
21 for 5.
Yeah, I think this is good captaincy by McCollum. Keep the opponents under the thumb. Keep applying the pressure. Pretorius has bowled 6 overs, 2 for 14. Foster back into the attack. And still setting a very attacking field. And not pushing the players out to the boundary. It's literally 2 fielders on the leg side for Foster. Bowling a very good line just outside off. Fielded by Carmichael. Foster 3 for 6 into his 6th over. He's packed the offside. Got a couple of slips. And gully in place, point as well.
Oh, how did that miss? How did that miss? You can see the bowler, keeper, slips.
Well, it was
even you doing
it was the keeper's reaction. I'm always watching the keeper. Topping looked like he was starting to celebrate, and then suddenly realised he needed to stop the ball from going beyond him.
He did that quite well, though. Did appear to shape back quite a bit.
Melly yet to get off the mark. I'm not rushing it.
Just looking over at my right here. Carson McCulloch is on the field. 12th man today. Only on Pretorius. Come off. That's the way to do it. Ball your 6. Oh, another beauty from Foster. Well, there's a highlight reel here. I'm sure he'll be watching this back in the coverage once he gets back to the dressing room tonight, because this has been exceptional so far. It really has. Testing almost with every delivery, creating chances.
That's 35 Foster deliveries. 32 have been dot balls.
Yep. Incredible.
That's certainly not something you see every day.
Yeah, certainly if you'd bowled 32 balls in a 10 over spell, 32 dots in a 10 over spell, you'd be absolutely delighted with that. But this is just his 6th over. And managed to keep that for another dot. Great piece of fielding, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. Guys in the field just diving around. James Hunter on that occasion just diving around, trying to keep that dot ball percentage really high. And there again, they've managed to get another one. So 33, is it now? 33 from his 36.
3 wickets, 33 dot balls for Foster.
Yeah, incredible.
That's just a superb return. So we are going to see a change in bowling now with Pretorius off. And unsurprisingly, Mays comes into the attack.
Yep. And they always say about a good time to bat. This is not the worst time to be coming on, you would think, for Tom Mays. 21 for 5. Ball to Getkate.
Mays picks up where Pretorius left off. Right on the money for his opening delivery.
Yeah, as you mentioned yesterday, his first game of the season for the Knights, where he didn't pick up a wicket yesterday. He'll be looking, make sure he doesn't go back-to-back wicketless.
Leading wicket taker in the IP20 so far is Tom Mays, 10 wickets from the 4 IP20 matches that he's played. Picked up 4 and then 3 and 3, and no success in the loss to the Warriors yesterday. Moving back in.
Yeah, very much so that he's picked up that mantle. Tough going here for the Warriors. Pitch still doing a little. Scoreboard pressure, obviously. Quite difficult for them at the moment.
Watching, but no run. So what we need now is 224 runs from 224 balls. That is the equation. The Warriors, though, 5 wickets down.
Single for Getkate. Quite a lot of dot balls at that end, so I'll switch it round now and bring Cameron Melly on strike.
Yeah, that's going to release just a little pressure. May's worked away. That'll go to the boundary. And Melly gets off the mark with a very fine 4. Just off the back foot.
Yeah, real nice shot there from Cameron Melly. Just up on his toes. And a punch off the back foot. With the attacking field we still have. Able to pierce that offside field, and once it beats the ring here, slightly downhill towards the knock road. Nice 4, as you say, just to break that shackles a little bit.
So going on at 2 and over at the moment. That's so much required for this Warriors side. A target of 245. 26 for 5 after 13 overs.
Yeah, we mentioned the change of ends for the batters with that single in the last over, and now Matthew Foster is going to get a ball. That's Shane Getkate.
So Foster into his 7th over. Pretorius bowled 6 on the trot after being out for a couple of hours in the middle.
Just looking over to the right, probably why he's in the physio's tent as we speak.
That's it. And Carson McCulloch on as a sub fielder. Foster continues.
Down the track. Matthew Humphries dives to his right, gets a little piece of it. Not enough though. Keep an eye on him here. May have stung the palms a little bit there. Of course, we did think that he might be very important in this innings with his left arm spin. As it is, seamers have turned up. They've knocked over 5. He'll still have a job to do, I'm sure. I think Humphries will be important here. Me and spin option today for the Knights.
When you consider the way that McBride and Scott Macbeth bowled for the Warriors, you do have to consider that spin is going to be important again this innings. So far, it's been all seam, and to be fair, all success. Carmichael fires that in at topping.
Yep, Harry Dyer's an option as well. A little bit of off spin. He's an option too. Obviously on debut. Might not want to turn him. And if he could bowl, the 12th man here, unfortunately he can't. Carson McCulloch will spin as well, but it'll probably be Humphreys. That'll bowl. Possibly even fairly soon.
A little wider from Foster. Getkate misses out. Just chops it down straight into the pitch off the underside of the bat. One delivery to come in this 14th over.
Yeah, positively outrageous here from Foster. 6, I think. Terrible. Yet another one of those balls that goes down the leg side. Well, it looks as if it's going down the leg side, but nips back between bat and pad. And the fact, as you mentioned earlier, that Sam Topping is moving so much to his left just sort of suggests that the ball's still moving. There you go. That's the ball earlier, sorry, the one that went for 2. But that ball just nips back and just goes a long way that Topping has to go to his left and use his left hand to grab it in. So another really good ball there from Foster to close out that over. Still threatening.
32 for 5 the Warriors are through 14 overs. Lowest total in an IP50 List A match. Munster Reds 90 all out. That was a couple of seasons ago. Well, there's still plenty of work to be done to get anywhere near 90 for the Warriors. 5 down, 32 on the card. Tom Mays into his second over now. We'll bowl at Cameron Melly.
Oh, I think he's got something on that. Oh, that would have been really close. Well pitched up. I think 2 noises there possibly. That saved him.
And body language from the batter as well suggests that he got something on that. Tom Mays slightly fuller, really accurate.
Yeah, I think that was going for money. It's like that piece of wood on it.
There's some wood on it. And this should go all the way to the boundary. By the time it reaches the boundary rope, no, it just trickles over. Millie moves to 8, 36 for 5. Oh, the Warriors. But they're starting to find a few runs now.
Yep, threw his hands through that, just that little bit of width that has not been on offer so far for the vast majority of these 14 and a bit overs. Really just throwing the bat at that one. There's your tighter line again from Mays. Yeah, possibly coming up to a drinks break in a few overs. Possibly skipper McCollum may turn to Humphreys and just try and get him 1 or 2 before the drinks break, possibly. But as we mentioned a few times, it's going to be difficult to say to Matthew Foster. There's that width again.
Oh,
crashed by Cameron Melly. This fella can certainly hit a ball. That was hit like a tracer bullet.
It was hit with some venom. Nothing that Humphreys could do about this. It's down and to his left. And all the way to the boundary. Cameron Mealy becomes the first batter into double figures for the Warriors. 40 for 5 now. Good fielding, very good fielding. Carmichael on his toes, times his jump, plucks the ball out of the air as it threatened to go over his head. Cut down hard into the ground by Mealy.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's going to go down wandering here. Cameron Mealy, anything slightly off target. Trying to put his hands through the ball. Well, that one is on target. Treats it with the respect. Keeps it out. Top over for the Warriors so far there. Couple of boundaries on it. Cameron Mealy. 40 for 5 from 15. Yeah,
so we're going to look.
Yeah, you're great. Just going to say, yeah, we talked about spin, and possibly before a scheduled drinks break that we may get Matthew Humphreys on for one, and indeed it is going to be left arm spinner from Lisburn. Going to come on from the city end. Just noticing over to the right here also, Pretorius back on the field, and he's going to station himself on the boundary. On the offside, slip in place. James McCollum's in place, and slip. Orthodox cover point, and then a mid wicket in the ring. 45 on the leg side, and then fielders on the boundary on the leg side square, deep square. I think just being hidden by Sam Topping, yeah, for me, is Orthodox mid on at the moment. So happy to let Getkate drive down the ground on the offside, but challenging him on the leg side to play against the spin. And there is that. Just push down the ground, leaving that open. Happy for him to play with the spin on that side, with a bit of protection down the ground. This will be really interesting now. See how Cameron Mealy plays here.
Yeah, he's got a natural game that sees him swing hard at the ball. He likes to score quickly, and he's coming off a really confidence-boosting 36-run innings or 37-run innings. Of just 16 balls in the T20 match, his highest T20 score. The confidence that comes with that.
Yeah, I think even more so, even not looking at the runs themselves, the fact that it won the game for his team.
Indeed.
You know, 37 off 16 in an illusion cause looks good, but winning the game in those last, when it looked forlorn. Nicely bowled. Kind of feel that he's reining himself in here, but he'd really love to get after Humphreys here. Situation dictates so. That's nicely fielded. James Hunter. Didn't get any runs on the bat. Will look to contribute in the field though. Just brought into the team today. Injury to Jake Egan from yesterday. Can't beat the field again. Kate Carmichael this time. Just building up a few dots here again. Humphreys. And that's a nice finish to the over. Really good from Humphreys. Single to start with. 5 dot balls to Mealy. Really nice start from Matthew Humphreys. Similar to McBride, he'll like to get into a rhythm fairly quickly and just bowl away at that at that end.
And that rhythm and tempo of the opening bowling partnership was spectacular. 5 wickets taken between the opening 2 bowlers. Rowan Pretorius with 2 and 3 for Foster. But now Getkate and Melly both into double figures. Warriors still require 204 runs to win, though. This is far from a recovery. But they are making a go of it.
Yeah, just the green shoots, you would say, of that recovery. Long, long way to go for these two.
Mays continues. Getkate on strike. And strike it well, he does. This down the ground, it'll take a couple of bounces before reaching the rope. Getkate goes to 14, 45 for 5. And that's significant now because it's 200 runs needed for the win. So there's little milestones that you can tick off while you're batting. Another fine stroke.
This field on the boundary there. Very unlike. It's Keith Carmichael, or is it?
I think it's Dyer.
Dyer, actually. Keith Carmichael's usually out there. Kind of just assumed that he would have been sent out. That's his usual position. His speed right on the boundary.
What a way to bring up 50. Lovely stroke down the ground. Slightly aerial at first, but Getkate had the shot under control. Directed it perfectly. And 51 for 5. The Warriors go past the 50-run mark. And a good little partnership developing between Getkate and Melly. Had that shot under control. Back over the bowler's head.
Yep, happy to go down the ground. It's twice in the over. Happy to come down the track and indeed play the shot down the ground.
Little change in the field. Ben Cullitz goes to mid-off. James Hunter into the covers.
Ball from Mays. Been hit for those couple of boundaries in this over. And a good finish to the over. So it looks like after those 17 overs, we're going to have that scheduled drinks break. The score at the moment, the Knights have the Warriors at 51 for 5, chasing a total of 245. Let the players and officials have a little drink. We'll be back with you just in a few moments.
Northwest Warriors 51 for 5, chasing a target of 245 posted by the Knights. 244 all out they were in their innings. 51 runs through 17 overs. A run rate of 3 and over, required run rate now of just under 6. But the real concern is the wickets column. 5 down. Getkate and Melly have come together and produced 32 runs between themselves. Humphreys continues. Spin bowler. I think some were a little surprised when he was called up for the Bangladesh series.
Yeah, he had moved clubs, and Stonians was original club, moved to Lisburn. A really good club season. But certainly, step up was fairly meteoric in his debut. Pretty much all forms of cricket for Ireland very quickly. And, you know, maybe a little bit too quickly, because the step up, certainly in the Test arena, was difficult out in the Asian conditions, really difficult for him. And he's just taken a little bit of step back at the moment and performed really well back out in Asia, this time against Nepal, that Wolves tour. Just seems to have got a little bit of confidence back into his game again. He certainly bowled well last week, apart from that game against the Lightning I mentioned yesterday, where Lorcan Tucker in particular decided to really go after him early, try and hit him out of the attack. But I mentioned fair play to him that he came back, wanted to bowl his 4th over, and really stuck at it. He bowled well yesterday. There's the sweep shot, it's in the air. It's not a problem though. Definite shift here from Getkate. Probably on the back of Melly. We've seen Melly decide to anything wide or off the stumps, he's going to throw his hands at it. And then the following over, Shane Getkate off Mays, had a couple of overs just before drinks there. Possibly that's the conversation they've had. As we said though, it's going to be difficult against Humphreys. He bowls a good line, just like that.
He's an excellent bowler. He's relatively young at 21, very much learning your trade. And he's got good variation, pace and flight.
That's okay for Millie, I don't mind that. No, good ball on the stumps, but if you can get one, keep it ticking over. If the boundaries come, then all well and good. There's a quicker ball, fired through. Beats Getkate for pace, and also probably beating that leg stump. Decision goes Getkate's favour.
Certainly sitting this one through with a great deal more pace. Yeah, stayed straight and possibly going down leg. So Humphreys finishes with a very good delivery. He's 0 for 4 from his 2 overs. 18 overs down. 54 for 5 are the Warriors. Mays will continue. From the Dundonald end. Melly on strike. Hunter again, quickly onto it.
Yeah, you kind of see that. You get the feeling that Melly's default here is getting on that sort of back foot, leaning to play a big shot. That's his kind of default, rather than being in defensive mode where his initial movements would be defensive, and he gets a bad ball, then he hits it. Kind of think that Melly's taking the more aggressive option here.
Well, take the single. Not the shot he intended to play, Cameron Milley. Well collected by Topping, coming round the wicket-keeper today. Into the side to replace Neil Rock, who's on international duty.
Good running. Yeah, good running. I think those last two shots in the previous over from Tom Mays down the ground just meant that the fielder at mid-off had just dropped back and back and back towards the edge of the circle. On that occasion, just dropped in to that area. Callets was well back on the edge of the ring. You can see now he's a good 3 or 4 yards inside the ring now. Maybe we'll cut off the same shot. Belly this time though. That's a good line.
So the run rate goes to over 6 and over. That's 189 runs required off 188 balls.
Even so, but after yesterday, it's a lot of runs to get with 5 wickets gone, but the Knights will still have that little thing eating away at them that these two turned us over yesterday. And even though it's much longer chase, always got to be in the back of your mind that this is what beat us yesterday, these two. So they'll definitely want to get rid of them. Goes without saying, but just to break this partnership that's been just developing lately. And every time ball goes to the boundary, that little thought might get a little bit more prevalent in the mind.
Another aggressive stroke attempted by Milley. Doesn't make contact as he would have liked. Bottom edge straight down to the pitch. That ends the Mays over. His 4 now. Cost him 25. 56 for 5 after 19 overs on the Warriors. This will need 189 runs to win.
Bit of a chat on your screen there. Andy Humphreys and James McCollum, and a little bit of chat about the field. Of course, McCollum captain today. The absence of Darren Rock. He's talking about fielding positions. Definitely one area where the Knights were really good last year was in fact their captaincy. But there, obviously with his international experience bringing that in, but also Neil Rock, when he took over for a lot of the periods in the middle of the season, really quite proactive in what he was doing. He's got that fine, plenty on it. Pull back in, and they're going to get 3 though. Good start to the over.
Just a little paddle fine. Getkate goes to 25.
Yep, just going to have a think about the slip. See, James McCollum was in at slip at the start of the over there. Going to take him out. He's going to go to square leg by the look of it. In fact, going to swap over. He's going to go in to mid-wicket. Matthew Foster in there. Square leg now. It's cut into the offside. Work for Pretorius, who is stationed out there. Just the one.
So after 3 and a 1 to start on the over, top ball for Humphreys. Getkate just sends us down to man on the boundary, takes the comfortable one. Long off, getting the ball in under no real pressure, no urgency from the fielder, no urgency from the batters either. Humphreys to Melly.
Yeah, he's got him. He's got him. The appeal there. Confirmed by the umpire. Just again that slightly quicker ball going in with the arm. Just catches Melly on the back foot slightly. Forward defensive. Nice appeal from Sam Topping as well. Backed up his bowler. That's the breakthrough. Cameron Melly goes for 16. Just as the Warriors were getting their first foot on the ladder, possibly for a long climb, Humphreys has got the breakthrough. Melly goes 61 for 6.
40 odd runs between Melly and Getkate. Melly LBW to Humphreys for 16 off 29. 43 minutes at the crease, but finds himself off. And on in his place from Cliftonville Academy, Jared Wilson strides to the crease now to join Shane Getkate.
Yeah, been promoted up to 3 in the T20s so far. And this has been sort of the position that he's been coming in for the Warriors in recent times. He's been in the side. Possibly one rung down, maybe 6-7 used to be his position. He's down at 8 now. But just that wicket just eases any potential nerves that the Knights may have had.
It does. And we were talking about Knights being in trouble at 117 for 6. The Warriors now 61 for 6. One ball to go in the 20th over. And Humphreys to his opening 3 overs. 1 for 9. An important over. Might have gone for 5, but he did claim the wicket of Cameron Melly, who is starting to build an important partnership for the Warriors with Shane Getkate. 61 for 6 as it stands.
Yeah, there's your batting card. Carnage at the top, really. Single figures all the way. Tremendous spell from Matthew Foster. Nobody really got going at all. Shane Getkate has come in at number 6. Initially quite circumspect, but he's on the shoulders a little bit now. He's on 26 not out, but just that last wicket there. Cameron Melly, after his heroics yesterday, just getting caught on the crease there by Humphreys. He's gone for 16. So it's going to be Tom Mays to continue here. Nice lovely shot. Bit of work for Pretorius. He's going to go for 2. Good call. A little bit stiff there. Ryan can't really blame him. He's been on the field almost the entire game here. As we mentioned a few times now, excellent 81 to get the Knights up to their score really, and then opened the bowling. Bowled 6 overs on the bounce. Tucked again from Getkate. Just be 1 though. Tyrone Cohen fails. That'll bring Jared Wilson on to strike.
Wilson was, well, had a couple of minutes in the nets before heading out to bat. Just trying to feel the ball on the bat. Get your eye in. Decent first stroke. That's his first run. Out to Dyer, who whips it in quickly. So 4 for the Warriors off the first 3 deliveries of this Mays over. He's a wicket taker, is Mays. And how he'd love to get in on the act, with Foster, Pretorius and Humphreys all having claimed wickets so far.
That could be it. It's in the air. Can Callis get round? Can't. Leading edge. Just gets over. Cover fielder and then off in Ben. Callis couldn't get round. Fortunate 2 this time for Getkate.
Yeah, looking to a little space on the leg side. He's gone and seen that off the leading edge. Nearly ballooned towards Cullets on the offside. But gets the 2, moves to 31, does Getkate. This time again, using the edge of the bat. And third man whips it in. Matthew Foster down there, doing some fielding work after his exceptional spell. 7 overs that yielded 3 wickets.
Good finish from Tom Mays, but decent over for the Warriors. 68 for 6 score after 21. You're going to squeeze this in somewhere, Dwayne. Big night in Belfast tonight. Bruce Springsteen in town. He's at the Boucher Road. So, might be a long journey home tonight. Be a busy concert up on the Boucher Road tonight, but 21 overs in. Definitely the Knights have been bossing this game.
Ooh, you got the boss coming. Snuck that in.
Since the first over this morning, mate.
Humphreys. Humphreys continues. Oh, and Getkate gets the bottom edge. It sneaks past Topping. Get a couple. Just collected by Foster as it approached the boundary rope. Getkate a little fortunate with that underside shot off the underside of the bat. 70 for 6 on the Warriors. Still need 175 to win. They could get another 2 here, but that's well done by McCollum.
Yeah, quick over the ground to McCollum. That's important. They like the bowling at Wilson. Getkate's been in there for quite some time now. He got used to the pace of the pitch. Like the bowl, the new man for a bit. It's a little short though. He'll be disappointed with that. Nice and easy for Jared Wilson to rock back and just punch that into the offside.
Getkate's got to be the batter that stays if the Warriors are to have any chance of pulling a proverbial rabbit out of the hat. Chance, and it's palmed.
Yeah, he got there. Really good effort to get there. He got the 2 hands to it. Right there's got a good pair of hands. Can't hang on though, just diving forward.
Yeah, very difficult chance for the youngster. By the time he got there, indeed diving forward to it. With Getkate. An element of fortune smiling down upon Getkate. Goes to 37 as they snuck 2.
Seems quite keen to take Humphreys on here. Played that sweep shot quite a lot. Moving a little bit dangerously against the left arm spinner. Survives so far though. That's a better ball to Wilson. Much tighter line. Warriors get through that. Over. 22 gone. 75 for 6.
Need another 15 runs to the Warriors to avoid the lowest score in the IP50.
I think theirs is
all out.
Their personal is 105, I think.
105 against the self-same opponents.
Is their lowest score. Certainly while she can get kids there. Look back in form a little bit here. The confidence growing here. Even just from coming back yesterday to bowl those 4 overs successfully. 2 for 22, and no matter how inexperienced a cricketer you are, Getkate certainly is that. Confidence levels can drop if you're not contributing to your team. The team's losing, which it did last week. Just the confidence levels of that win yesterday. Bowling, being there at the end. Now, he's in here at the moment. 39 to his name.
That's a big 39 as well. That's over half the total for his side. Wilson on strike.
Slightly wide ball from Tom Mays there. Missed out. Jared Wilson. Takes him on the hip, just be a leg by. Failed it on the boundary. Dire in action again. Nice shot again though from Getkate. He's certainly grown in confidence throughout this innings. Now looking quite settled. I hesitate to say that, but it does look to have grown in confidence throughout this now.
Into the 40s goes Getkate. 41.
And the over. 23 gone. The Warriors 79 for 6.
Absolutely got to praise the Knights for the way they started this Warriors reply. Early wickets. Ryan Pretorius with a couple of strikes and Foster with 3 wickets. Helped the Knights have the Warriors 21 for 5. There's a look at the bowling card so far. Just the 4 bowlers used. Humphreys with the most recent wicket. He's 1 for 16 from 4, but 2 for 14 from Pretorius and 3 for 12 from 7 overs that included 4 maidens by Matthew Foster. Superb effort by Foster. 0 for 35 from Mays, who's not bowled badly. Getkate and Millie got hold of him on a couple of overs. Humphreys to Wilson. Just a big forward defensive for Wilson. He's not played too much list A cricket, 50 over cricket, as Jared Wilson. As you say, he's been shifted up the batting order in the 20 over format. He's had some success. It'll be an easy one. Pretorius Fields into Topping, who's...
Well, we haven't really mentioned him, and that's not a bad thing.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know, after his 29, he's kept wicket really well. Movement behind the stumps has been good. He's followed the ball very nicely. He's been forced to make a couple of very fine stops.
Yeah, he's been neat and tidy behind the sticks, and as I say, sometimes when your keeper's not being mentioned, it's not a bad thing. He's been quite tidy on his debut, and as you say, batted quite well for his 29.
Delivery from Humphreys that Getkate trying to turn leg side. Just got a little edge.
Yep, just going to say, I wonder if he's going to get the sweep shot out again. It's been successful for him so far. A couple of under edges. So he's pushed McCullum back on the boundary. On they come now. He's tidy over so far. Yeah, nicely bowled. Humphreys saw Getkate coming towards him there, if not down the track too much, and just held it back. A little bit shorter. Another dot ball to finish. There's a little quiet period here going through. 80 for 6 from 24. Just think that since the loss of Melly, Jared Wilson's come in now, and possibly the chat between the two Warriors batters has slightly changed. Between Melly and Getkate, it did look like, well, let's try and up the run rate a little bit. It does seem now that they've decided to settle in and stay in the game as long as they can and see where it takes them. A change in bowling. Tom May's coming out now. Tyrone Cohen's going to come on from the Dundonald end.
Warriors, still a very big equation for them. 165 runs required from 156 deliveries. As Kuhn makes his way into the Knights' bowling attack. Wilson on strike.
Don't forget yesterday, that was an enviable task that was given to Tyrone Cohen of giving that last over. He was throwing the ball. I'd be glad to see the back of Melly probably previously in the last few overs, because Cameron Melly took him down at the end of that over. 3 fours and consecutive balls to win the game for the Warriors. Different day, different game now though.
Certainly very different. Can't really compare the respective innings, but Getkate is playing the type of innings that Ruan Pretorius played for the Knights. Ruan Pretorius ending with 81 for the Knights in their total of 244 all out. Getkate up to 41 of the total of 80. Wilson drives straight to Callets.
Yeah, just hasn't had anybody to sort of back him up really as yet. We watched the bowler as is at the moment. He settled in for a 70 plus run partnership with Pretorius. That took the Knights from a very precarious 117 for 6 up to 180 for 7. Just let them breathe a little. We just won out the maze, and that's really what the Warriors are searching for here now. Somebody just to hang around, even if it's for 10-20. Just let Getkate do what he's doing at the moment. Try and hang in the game, stay in the game. He did that yesterday, just about stayed in the game, and in the end, just one guy coming off at the end.
Play powerfully, but there's a man out there. Quickly in at the bowler's end.
Happy to walk down the track still. Getkate, and we saw that. Similarly, Pretorius did exactly that. He wanted to come down and meet the ball. So the Warriors counteracted by Doheny coming up to the stumps. Haven't seen any thoughts of that so far. The Knights.
Halfway stage of the innings as Carmichael whips this in. 83 for 6 on the Northwest Warriors, chasing down a target of 245. There are 150 balls remaining, 162 runs to win, but only 4 wickets in hand for the Warriors. It's not an equation that would overly please Boyd Rankin, following his side's success in the IP50 fixture over the Knights yesterday to get their first win of the campaign. It's the opening Interprovincial Cup match of the season, the opening 50-over fixture of the season. And the defending champion Northern Knights putting a real squeeze on Northwest Warriors. Humphreys continues. Bowling to Wilson. Dot ball to start.
Just driven down the ground. For 1. Long off. As we say, just hanging in there at the moment. Run rate hasn't got out of hand, even though no fireworks really from the Warriors. Still at 6.5 required at the moment. Still manageable. It's just the wickets are the real problem, obviously. Floated up.
Oh,
whoa!
Straight back to Humphreys. That's hit him
Straight
hard.
back at him.
Looked like it was his right hand. I don't think it was his bowling hand that was struck, but that is going to hurt. Sharp reaction to get his hand in the way. That was firmly struck by Getkate into his right hand. And that will sting.
Yeah.
Sting doubly as well.
Exactly.
When you've put the catch down of your own bowling. Very sharp chance though. Just a change here. Humphreys is sending Callets back to long on.
There's that sweep shot. Just be one it is. Carmichael now stationed out there. It's beautifully bowled, a little bit slower. A little bit slower through the air, letting the spin take effect. Spins it past the outside edge. Nicely bowled. Still plenty of spin on offer for Humphreys. 1 for 19 he has bowled. From his 6.
85 for 6 after 26 overs. The Warriors chasing that 245. 4 dot balls in the Humphreys over. Gunn will continue from the Dundonald end. And Getkate on strike. On 43. He's got a list a ton to his credit, as Getkate. Call early from Getkate was push, but just taking the single.
Yeah, happy to play down the ground again. This time just for the one.
Oh, that's lovely from Wilson. He spotted a little bit of space. He's just chipped it over the infield and it'll race away. Wilson, he goes to 10. 90 for 6 are the Warriors.
Yeah, that's a nice shot. Saw the field. Didn't try and keep it down. As soon as it's over the infield, which he just lofted it over. Wide open spaces on that leg side. McCullum at mid-wicket. As long as he beat him for a chance it went to the boundary, which it did. A better line. 4 in the ring on the offside. No boundary rider out there.
Yeah, Carmichael comes in for Wilson, but is pushed back to the boundary for Getkate. Interesting that, well, they have been bringing Carmichael in for Wilson. He's actually been sent back to the boundary now. Two balls to come. And they take the single. Wilson. Let's get Kate on strike for the final delivery of the over.
Yeah, that's the old sticker twist there. If they'd have kept Carmichael in the ring there, that wouldn't have been a single. It would have been straight to him. Wasn't played with any. But then, of course, if he beats the ring, you've no boundary fielder. That's a boundary you've given away. So, pay your money, I suppose.
Okay. Wanting to go for 2.
Yes.
It was nice and early.
Poor cricket down there. Matthew Humphreys. A little bit slack on the boundary. Get picked up on it very, very quickly. That ball was straight to Matthew Humphreys. He just hambled in a little bit from the boundary. As I say, get picked up on it really early. Took on the arm. Got back for 2. Good cricket from the Warrior. Not so good from the Knight.
Conceding 8 of that over. He's 0 for 11 from his 2. 93 for 6 after 27 overs on the Warriors. Still 152 more required to win. Oh, and Humphreys a misfield of his own bowling. And that just allows Wilson to scamper through for the single. Gate back on strike now.
Yeah, we talked about these little things in the Warriors innings when they were throwing in from the boundary, good throws, etc. Just added to the pressure. These little things that want to add up for the Knights. As I say, just 2 runs really just given away Last couple of balls, the 1 into 2, and then an easy piece of fielding just drifts through. Small things at the minute, they could develop. Top ball this time. Right there in the covers now. He's just cutting a little bit of a frustrated figure at the moment.
Kun down. Good fielding. Tosses it straight back to Humphreys. Making another change of the field. It's Cullets who's dropping back to long on.
Three dot balls there now, dragging this back. This over. Close it out. Will be one down to that man you just mentioned. Long on. Throw comes back in. I just want to tighten up a little bit here. Knights, yeah, just 3 singles from that. A little bit of sloppy cricket going on in these last couple of overs. Don't want that to fester too much. Get back to the basics.
Under 150 to win now, 149 required. The run rate is approaching 7. Getkate 47, Wilson on 13. Warriors 96 for 6. 22 overs remaining. Kunta bowl the 29th.
Bit of work to do from there. He's not going to be able to do it. Similar shot to the last over.
And the 100 up. What a way to bring it up. Just whipped off the legs. Kun straying onto the pads. Wilson very happy to take advantage of that.
4 off the first ball. And then he over.
Yeah, Humphreys a little frustrated in his last over. Couldn't going for 4 of his first. Delivering in this over. Wilson sneaks another. Worked away off his pads. Getkate on strike. He's 3 away from the half century. I wonder if we're going to see the likes of Pretorius or Foster come back for an over or 2 at least.
Yeah, I was just thinking about this was to get to later on. You know, you're into 40 overs and then you're going to bring Foster back at that stage. The pressure's really on. Is it worth giving him or Pretorius an over or 2 now? And I suppose you got to look at your death ball, and if you do need it, obviously you're thinking right now that you won't need it. 6 wickets down, but do you really need to bring back your opening bowlers? Not panic stations just yet for the Knights. But as I said earlier, a little thought in the mind of what happened yesterday. Pushing for 2 again, but it's Carmichael out there again. As I say, probably the quickest member of the Knights lineup. No 2 there. Good piece of fielding.
Wilson on strike.
It's only on Pretorius as he's gone out to that square leg. That's in the air. And he's got it. Collins takes the catch. He just changed the field there and put Pretorius out on that leg side, where Jared Wilson had hit 2 fours in the last couple of overs. Possibly that changed his shot there. He's driven that down to Ben Callett, and very similar to earlier when Ben Callett took the catch off Andy McBride. Very, very low. He got down well. And that's a really good breakthrough for the Knights again. Just as the Warriors were starting to turn the tide a little bit, another wicket falls. 7 down.
So Wilson gone. Cord Callett's bowled Kun for 18 of 31. 34 minutes at the crease. Produced 2 boundaries. Warriors 102 for 7 from 29 overs. 3 batters remaining for this Warriors side. 3 wickets remaining. Shane Getkate has been the mainstay. Ryan Macbeth, Harry Zimmerman and Trent McKeegan, the 3 batters are still to come. Zimmerman makes his way out to the middle. 22-year-old from Ardmore. Got 3 wickets in the Knights innings. That's 143 required for the win. This is certainly a match that is very heavily swaying towards the Knights as they continue to chip away at the wickets despite the recovery that Getkate has provided with the assistance of Melly and Wilson.
Yeah, I was just looking it up there. 40 for the previous wicket, 6th wicket. Partnership of 40 between Getkate and Melly, and then that wicket was 41. It's just starting to get going as we're talking about. So they've put on 80 for the last couple of wickets, and as I say, if the top order had have given them any sort of platform, I know it's different scenarios and you play differently according to the situation, but you know that really would have put them in with a chance here. The minute though that there was just those couple of wickets falling, he told me he's going to come back now from the city end. So 102 for 7. He's happy to tick along here. Getkate, he's just crying out for somebody to hang around with him.
Okay, to 49. Zimmerman on strike. Mays in his second spell. Bowling from the city end this time, yes. Fielded by McCollum.
Good stuff from Mays. A little expensive when compared to the other bowlers so far today, and again wicketless. Really love to pick up a couple of here and really just take his team home.
Pad. What was that? A little inside edge, perhaps. Zimmerman.
I think that
Get
was
off the
off
mark.
the pad. I think that was off the pad.
He's off the mark. 104 for 7. Getkate on 49.
Yeah, I think that was a free one for Harry Zimmerman. Clearly came off the pad, I think.
Yeah, splendid half century. Dyer lets that ball go beyond him. No real pressure on the batters, and Getkate goes to 50. Very well played off just 61 deliveries. He's been the mainstay of this Warriors reply, chasing 245 on this wicket. This will require another 140, but 50 runs to Getkate. Strike rate 81.97, still very healthy. And Zimmerman.
Pull shot there. Yeah, but Getkate's been really good last couple of days. I mentioned it a few times with both bat and ball now. I think from his own admission, has not been in good nick with the bat for some time now. Not contributing with the bat, and when he wasn't bowling, that was all he could really contribute with, apart from his nice, I suppose. But these last 2 days, he's really come back for the Warriors. Really great to have him back with the ball, but also now back in form with the bat here. Half century, holding this innings together.
And there is the man, Shane Getkate. 50 not out. Almost half the runs for his side.
Yes, we're down to that T20 format now. 20 overs remaining. 139 required. Driven. Oh, he got his hand to it. Just got his hand to it there. The bowler. Difficult chance, if you call it that even. His follow through. Sometimes they stick.
Tara good. Needing to get down really low in his follow through. Awkward initially with the reaction time, and then just to try and twist the body from the follow through action to getting your hand down low to even come close to taking the catch. Not too far away in the end. It'll have to go down as a chance missed.
Well, they've gone up. They've gone up of the Knights. It's a terrific take from Sam Topping. They think they had their man there.
Couldn't charging in. Topping with a really good take.
Yeah, real concerted appeal there. Par Morrison didn't think that Getkate got anything on it. Hard to tell from here, but as I say, it was a fairly confident appeal.
Just be one. A little width on offer, slightly fuller ball. Whacks it out to Carmichael. Carmichael comes into the circle for the new batter, Zimmerman. So Zimmerman moves to 4, and that's a new high score for him.
Raise the bat there. He doesn't realise just yet.
Let's just pick this up. Again, just the one. Getkate chips away at the target. 110 for 7 now. One ball to come in the 31st over.
Yeah, well done. Pretorius gets down there.
And Pretorius is very dedicated fielder in terms of his fielding practice, and he's one of those fielders who deliberately works on balls being hit to his left side, collecting the ball both with his left hand and diving onto it with two. Certainly a lot of additional practice time. That's something you want to see.
Yep. And then feeds down to the other players in the team. I'm watching a guy that's played many interprovincial matches, a really high level, doing that type of thing. And the copy was just coming into the team. It's that dedication to learn new things at any stage.
So 111 for 7 after 31 overs. Just charging in again, Mays.
Yeah, new club for Tom Mays, the NCU this year. Has to be seen how many times he plays, really, but should be available for Warringstown. Moved from North Down, high profile signing for Warringstown.
So, and works this away. Again, pulling from outside off.
Yeah, and the Northern Cricket Union season should get off to a very belated start. Should have started 2 weeks ago, but poor weather. Certainly last weekend washed out the entire programme, so we're due to get started this weekend. Should be very competitive this year. Lots of team strengthening.
Getkate back on strike.
That's a good shot.
A really good shot into a little bit of space.
The poor running though could cause a problem. It's a good throw here. Getkate thought that was going for a boundary. Didn't run the first run quickly. There's Carmichael out there. He hauled it in, and then when they went for the second, it was a little bit of an issue. That'd been a really good throw.
Carmichael, exceptional speed. And getting around to stop that from going to the boundary. Getkate back on strike though.
Off cutter there. Slower ball. Right to the boundary where Pretorius throws in. Just one. Slower ball again, and that's hit. Getkate on the way around there. Stops the run. Top ball to finish. 115 for 7. So yeah, I was just mentioning about the Northern Cricket Union, but in general, lots of cricket coming up in this next week. Obviously the big one is the 3 T20 internationals coming up on Friday, Saturday and Tuesday down at Clontarf. That's Ireland against Pakistan. Say club cricket on Saturday. The NCU gets started. Leinster continues. The Northwest will continue as long as this weather continues. It's been lovely. And then, of course, we're back next week, Wednesday and Thursday, and the provincial cup and trophy matches. Lightning getting back in action next week as well. So lots of cricket over the next week or so.
Yeah, double header between Leinster Lightning and Munster Reds. Fine stroke. There's a little bit of space out here. That's a big chase on, but nobody's going to get to the ball before it reaches the boundary. Valiant effort from Mays. Getkate marches on. He goes to 59, 119 for 7 now are the Warriors. Still need another 126. Beating the fielders in the ring. And a little too straight for the man on the boundary. The round Pretorius has been pushed back now.
Yeah, 2-man on the leg side on the boundary. Opens up the offside. It'll be just pushed into one of those two. It'll be Pretorius who makes it. Just happy to push that for one following that boundary.
Getkate now, exactly half his team's tally. He's got 60 of the team total of 120 for 7. 125 still to win. Only 3 wickets in hand. They've got to more than double their tally, the Warriors.
Good line that time. Go on, it'll be interesting to see what James McCullum does with Matthew Humphreys here. He's got 3 overs left. I thought possibly when the wicket of Wilson fell, he might have turned straight back to Humphreys and brought him straight back on to try and get a ball at Zimmerman. He's been in for a few overs now, so it'll be interesting to see what McCullum does with his spinner. Maybe won't be required though, because Tyrone Cohen has done the job straight and full. Zimmerman plays around that one, and the Knights have another breakthrough. Zimmerman goes for 6, bowled by Tyrone Cohen, and it's 120 for 8.
Lovely ball, and a big wicket in the context of this game. Zimmerman was starting to face a few balls with confidence and hoping to build a partnership with Shane Getkate, but Zimmerman gone for a career best 6, ball by Kuhn. 120 for 8 the Warriors are.
Yeah, the great David Lloyd used to commentate. He used to say start the car when we got down to 8 and 9 down. Start the car was his classic line, but you can hear just behind us there, possibly on the comms, that the tractors all started to go at the fall of that wicket. So possibly the ground staff think that we may be in the last knock-ins here. Certainly the Knights can't afford to think like that. They have seen over the past 24 hours they may be bossing a game. They've got to finish it off. 8 down here. Plenty required still, but why, there's hope. Getkate's out there.
So 8 down. Number 8 makes his way in. Ryan Macbeth, 26-year-old from Lisbon, makes his way to the crease. He'll join Getkate. He's just using the opportunity at the fall of wicket to rehydrate. 120 for 8. Still requiring another 125.
Yep, another breakthrough there. It's good for the Knights. Tom Cohen getting that wicket. As you say, 120 for 8 now.
Just using the opportunity after that wicket to take the drinks break.
We've missed ours, Dwayne. We've missed ours.
You carry on talking there, Ali. As a reminder, the first T20 International between Ireland and Pakistan at Clontarf will be on the 10th of May. On the 12th, this Sunday, Ireland against Pakistan the 2nd, and then on the Tuesday, the 14th of May, Ireland against Pakistan. All 3 p.m. starts. Then there's the Tri-Series in Netherlands. For Ireland, they take on Netherlands and Scotland in a Tri-Series in Voorburg. And then it's T20 World Cup in the US and Caribbean. That sole warm-up match against Sri Lanka before the June start.
Yep, T20's all the way now for the senior men's team. Should be a cracking series against Pakistan, looking down their squad. They're bringing their full line-up. They're getting warmed up for the World Cup as well. They won't be taking it lightly. It'll be tough for Ireland, but any win. Coach Heinrich Milan saying these are not warm-ups. These next few games, not warm-up games. They want to win as many games of cricket as they can. So make sure you stay tuned over the next week or so. Those 3 T20 games. Big appeal from Tyrone Cohen. Got another wicket. Ram Macbeth stuck on the crease. Cohen strikes again. The Warriors are 9 down.
Tyrone Cohen, he's been putting it on the wickets in his last few deliveries. First bowls Harry Zimmerman, then LBW Ryan Macbeth, and the 26-year-old has to depart, and the Warriors in all sorts of trouble now. They're 9 wickets down for 120, and they are staring a very heavy defeat in the face. Ryan Macbeth makes his way off. Just 2 balls faced, no score. And Trent McKeegan, last batter for Northwest Warriors, makes his way to the middle where he's greeted by Shane Getkate. He's not out on 60.
Yeah, lone furrow. Really does look like a lone furrow here for the number 58 for the Warriors. 60 not out. He is at the moment, and yeah, difficult to see any way back now. Just regular wickets falling.
Well, we have a new batter. We've got a new bowler as well, and Harry Dyer on debut has been given the ball by Captain James McCollum, the 18-year-old Civil Service North player at his home ground. Has been asked to turn his arm over.
Yeah, and I think he was getting warmed up. It's not just a, have a ball here when you're 9 down, just a freebie. I think he was getting warmed up. I think they were going to give him the ball anyway. Let's see what he can do. Down the track, Getkate. Here we go again with this scenario. This time though, we're not 3 or 4 overs out from the finish. We're like 17 out. He's not taking a single there. So that's given Captain McCollum for insight into what's going to happen here. He's just looking to change the field, or is he? No, going to send cover boundary fielder back again. And again, same again. So it looks to be daughter 6 here for Getkate.
As you say, similar to what Ruan Pretorius was doing at the end of the ninth innings, but they were 240 out at that stage. 120 for 9 here as Getkate works this one through. It'll be 4. So 124 now for 9. Getkate, very attacking stance. Set up, very aggressive. This one through the offside for 4. 64 now for Getkate. But the Knights 1 wicket away from a crushing win.
Yeah, I just think Harry Dyer.
So new high score as well for Getkate, yeah. For the Warriors in IP50 cricket.
Well deserved too. Played really well. Swept. Man back though. Turns the single down. Yeah, I was just going to say Harry Dyer may be swapping the red and blue of the Northern Knights in about an hour or so's time, because his club side are playing here after this game, a T20 game against CIYMS. So if you're at the ground coming down, should be a good game between two top sides of T20 cricket in the NCU. Lovely night here, Belfast.
Dyer, 2 balls remaining in his first over. That's over the infield again. They're going to run 2.
They are.
A little bit of a stop-start run. expecting that potentially to reach the boundary. Indeed, it held up a little. So 119 to win of 97. Only 1 wicket in hand, though. Now, the Warriors have at least gone beyond their lowest potential score. Well beyond that. This is still a situation that the Knights would really enjoy being in. They're 1 wicket away from a crushing win over the Warriors.
Yeah, good comeback, you'd have to say. 117 for 6 at one stage. We thought could be in bother in their opening game in this IP50 tournament after yesterday's disappointment. Seems that they fought back. They're looking to close this out now. Oh, that could be out, and it is! Would you believe it? Trent McKeegan walked down the wicket thinking he was going to take a one. The ball went straight back to Harry Dyer. And fair play to Dyer. Had his wits about him, turned, threw down the stumps. You'll see it again here. Just a regulation push back to Dyer. But look at where McKeegan was well down the track. And yeah, Shane Getkate throws his head up in the air. Can't believe it. He's left stranded on 66. And the Northwest Warriors have been well beaten here today. 126 all out. Very disappointing performance from the top order again. You have to say, 2 quality opening spells from Pretorius and Foster. But it's that top order again for the Warriors. And the Knights take home the points here today. They'll take home all of the points plus a bonus point. Terrific effort from the Knights.
Fantastic effort from the Knights. A great recovery. After falling to 117 for 6, they recovered to make 244 all out. And it's a humbling victory. 118 runs the Knights win by as they pull the Warriors out for 126. Rather ignominious way to finish the innings. McKeegan run out at the non-striker's end by Dyer. Quick reactions, though, from the bowler. Shane Getkate, though, left stranded on 66 not out. He's been the star of the show for the Warriors in terms of their batting lineup. Over half the team's runs. And 2 unbeaten innings over 2 days of competition between these respective sides. The Warriors victorious in the Interprovincial Trophy match between Northern Knights and Northwest Warriors yesterday. But today the Interprovincial Cup match sees victory by 118 runs to the Northern Knights, who start the Interprovincial Cup campaign on a very positive note.
Yeah, we're all the way back to 10:45 this morning. Andy McBride won the toss, sent the Knights in, Got an early wicket of Callett, then Topping and McCollum with 29 and 33. Steadied the innings. But in that middle period then, the Warriors really got into the Knights lineup. Wickets of Carmichael, Hunter and Dyer cheaply. But Pretorius had got set. He started to form partnerships then down the order. He finished with 81. Vital 81 runs from Pretorius, but good support from Tyrone Cohen and Mays. But just look at the bottom there, those extras, 33 wides in that total of 244. The partnerships, again 66 at the top from Topping and McCollum set it up. Middle order, difficulties there, but it was those partnerships at the end, 70 between Pretorius and Cohen that set up the total, and then Pretorius took over with 27 between him and Mays, and then 23 of the 28 at the end between himself and Matthew Foster.
Bowling card. Well, it was a stellar performance from Andy McBride, the captain. He picked up 2 wickets, 2 for 27 in his 10 overs, 2 for 35 for Scott Macbeth. 2 wickets as well for Ryan Macbeth, his brother, as he finished with 2 for 48. 3 wickets, though, to Zimmerman, who picked up 3 for 40 from his 6.4 overs. But again, it's the extras that you've got to note. 50 extras bowled in the Knights innings. So 244 all out for the Knights. Warriors, in reply, a target of 245, and they fell 118 runs short of that. The no batters in double figures in the early stages. Doheny, Ralston, Hilton, McBride, Scott Macbeth out relatively early. Getkate, though, came to the crease, and he and Melly looked to be producing a decent partnership. Getkate would run out of partners, though, unbeaten on 66, as Wilson, Zimmerman, Ryan Macbeth and Trent McKeegan all fell late on in this innings. No real partnerships to speak of outside of the partnerships between Getkate and Melly and Getkate and Wilson that threatened a fight back of sorts for the Warriors. But the partnerships were less than satisfactory for Boyd Rankin.
There's the Knights bowling card, a total of 126. They're all going to look pretty good. You know, Pretorius at the top, 2 wickets for 14, 2.33 per over. Tyrone Cohen came back at the end there to take 3 for 27, but really can't look anywhere else than Matthew Foster. 7 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 12, and went through almost his entire spell, hardly conceding a run off the bat. 1.71 economy rate. A really opening spell for the ages there from Matthew Foster. So here's your match summary. 244 for the Knights with that 81 from Pretorius, the standout. Good performances with the ball throughout from the Warriors. They stuck at it. And that 244 at halfway, we weren't sure why it would stand up, but as I said earlier, that opening spell from Pretorius and particularly Foster broke the back of the Warriors. It was only Getkate who managed to hang in there with 66 not out. The Northern Knights have won today's fixture in this IP50, the opening fixture, by 118 runs. So that brings us to the end of today's game. Congratulations to the Northern Knights. Don't forget those 3 games of Ireland against Pakistan over the next week or so. We'll be back next Wednesday when the Lightning will be taking on the Reds. I'd like to thank everyone at HBV, my co-commentator Dwayne here. Thank you very much for your company over these last 2 days. Hope you've really enjoyed it, and I hope you have enjoyed our coverage as well. We'll be back with you next Wednesday. We'd love for you to join us then. Until then, it's a very good evening.